All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I would like to call to order the April 17th, 2025 special board meeting of the North County Transit District. Before we begin, members of the public who may be viewing the meeting on the district's YouTube page, please note that in order to make a public comment during the meeting, you must connect to the meeting using the Zoom link provided on the agenda. In addition, you must also register by sending an email containing your name or phone number and the agenda item on which you wish to speak to clerk@nctd.org. Before I ask Suhail Rodriguez, clerk of our board, to call the roll, please mark your attendance by pressing the attend button on the voting device in front of you, and a verbal roll call will continue to be done.
Okay. Madam Chair Patel.
Here.
Vice Chair Sinella.
Here.
Board Member Martinez.
Here.
Board Member O'Hara.
Here.
Board Member Garcia.
Present.
Board Member Joyce.
Present.
Board Member Desmond. Board Member Edson. Sorry.
Present.
Thank you. Board Member Contreras.
Present.
Board Alternate Coleman.
Here.
This completes the roll. Board Member Desmond absent.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Sinella, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so Suhail will now provide a safety brief and review any evacuation procedures.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case of an emergency, I will dial 911. In case of an evacuation, please take the stairs. Do not use the elevators. Once clear of the building, do not re-enter unless cleared to do so by emergency personnel. There are fire extinguishers and first aid kits on each floor of this building. There's also a portable defibrillator on the first floor and staff on hand trained on CPR procedures if needed. This concludes my safety brief.
Thank you. Are there any changes to our agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And moving on to public communications, do we have any general public comments today?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, so at this time, public registration to provide general public comment will go ahead and end. And so before we proceed, I have a couple of quick protocol items to share. First, I'll ask board members to please hold your comments and questions until after each agenda item has been presented. And second, when the time comes for board member questions or comments, please raise your hand and wait until you're called upon to speak. Third, please turn on and speak into your microphone when it is your turn to speak. This will ensure that your comments are being heard for those listening to the meeting online. And then when it's time to vote, please use the device. Well, we're going to do, it sounds like, verbal roll call. So instead, we're going to go ahead and do verbal roll call. And let us know if you have any questions other than that. So we'll go ahead and move on to consent item number 1. There is one item on the consent agenda for action today. Have any members of the public registered to speak on consent or requested that it be pulled?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, so at this time, we are ending the public registration to speak on consent items. Do any board members wish to pull this item from consent? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Edson.
Second, Sinella.
Great, motion by Edson, seconded by Sinella, and we'll go ahead and do our roll call vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any noes? Abstain? On the motion of Board Member Edson, seconded by Vice Chair Sinella to approve consent item number 1, motion passes. Absent, Desmond absent.
All right, thank you. The remainder of the items on the agenda are informational and do not require a vote. So before we dive in, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to our CEO, Sean Donaghy, to provide an introduction.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the board workshop, a little different than a normal board meeting. One of the things that I do get asked periodically is, hey, who's on the executive staff? And I really wanted to take an opportunity to allow each one of our executive staff members to come up, tell you their name, the departments that they operate, and just a little quick sort of 1-2 about some of the things that they're working on within their departments. I know our org chart shifts periodically, and we do put them in the board packets every month for review. But it's nice to put a sort of a face to the name and kind of what's going on around town. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Mary, and then Mary, if you could have everybody come up, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. Most of you know who I am, but we've had, as Sean mentioned, some organizational changes. So I'm the Chief of Staff at NCTD. I handle government affairs, our marketing and communications department. I oversee the clerk of the board function, our administrative team, and then also recently our customer service team. And I will introduce Alex.
I'm Alex Dennis. I am the CEO for General Services. I have the honor of overseeing the Facilities Management Department. We currently manage about 9 million square feet of open space, buildings, maintenance plants. I've also overseen the Procurement and Contracts Division, currently managing about 200 active contracts, about 120 procurements, many of those supporting the new bus transition. I am now overseeing materials management, which will primarily be supporting bus operations. And then finally, the new division of business intelligence, which will help us establish KPIs and track our performance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There we go. Hi, hello, good afternoon. My name is Lilia Montoya. I would like to also share, right now I am overseeing bus operations and just recently the security department. And right now just to brief you on that, this agency will more than double with the bus operations umbrella. And with that lift is work that the whole agency is helping lead. But in addition to that, I would like to just have the operations team that is helping with this lift just stand up briefly, because there's a lot of work that is coming, that is happening as we speak. And just want to just share that this is not only my responsibility and oversight, along with our Chief Executive Officer with the support of the board, but would also just like to express the gratitude we have with the work that is happening. So thank you very much, and we're happy to be here.
Good afternoon. I am Tracy Foster. I am the Chief Development Officer here at NCTD. Within the Development Services Division, we have our engineering team. They have the responsibility for our rail projects, as well as our facility improvements or other types of projects and delivery of those, much of which you see in our capital improvement program. They also interface with SANDAG on all of the capacity enhancement projects and also state of good repair. Also on department is the project management office that oversees our capital improvement program and delivery of the projects for the district. Our real estate team, who manages all of the district's real property interests, our facilities, our station property, our right-of-way, and all of the various agreements that we have for incidental use of our property. And lastly, we have our planning and development department, which delivers on all of our redevelopment efforts, our transit-oriented development projects. Also within this group, we are planning for the Sprinter improvements and replacement of the vehicles, and also some environmental work for the district. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joy Freeman, Chief People Officer. I lead and oversee all aspects of human resources, so that's inclusive of compensation, benefits, employee relations, labor relations, our drug and alcohol program, as well as our learning and development division. Some of the key things we have going right now is the bus transition and working with them to bring over and source all those employees to bring them over into NCTD. So handling that transition, as well as implementing our new HRIS system implementation process that's been going on for a while, developing and rolling out our rewards and recognition, and then streamlining our onboarding process and utilizing our LMS system to make that more of an e-platform to make it easier to transition and onboard our employees.
Good afternoon. I'm Justin Richardson. I'm the chief for right-of-way and IT or technology. So right-of-way maintenance, I'd like to say, Tom, who's coming up next, he has the trains from the rail perspective, everything that the train's moving on out there, we basically have the rest of that. So that's your signaling system, your track maintenance, your communication systems, positive train control, I know we hear that a lot. I think the biggest thing that we're working on, I think we're all pretty aware of that, we're looking to push out onto the Sprinter, trying to get that system modernized so we can start bringing safety enhancements out there like positive train control and things like that. So,
good afternoon, board members. My name is Tom Tully. I'm the Chief Operating, Chief Mechanical, and Dispatch for Rail. Our main goal and purpose is always to operate safe and efficient train services and operations to our riding public. Looking forward to the ability to upgrade the Sprinter, bring it up to an FRA standard with the highest levels of technology that we can get, and bring much more ridership availability to our public. None of this is done without all of the great folks that have come up here before me, working together as a team to make this stuff happen. So thank you. I appreciate all that you do for us, and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Yum Park Lynch. I am the Chief Financial Officer. I oversee the Finance Division. We are close to 20 FTEs in that group. We are responsible for managing the funding here in CTD. You will be seeing soon in our presentation. Over 80% of our grants fund the operations and capital program here at the district. So I have a group of very talented staff members that oversee over 20 different grants. Color Money has a lot of ties attached. So it means that there's a lot of compliance, a lot of reporting. We have to track project expenditures. We have to be billing the grants. My group is also comprised of the accounts payable and accounts receivable staff members. They ensure that we pay our bills on time and that we bill all our lessees for our leases. Also, we have a group of management analysts that support the divisions in managing their operating projects, as well as managing some of their capital projects as well. And fare collection. My group is also responsible to make sure that we collect fares across the district. Fares come from fare boxes in buses, ticket vending machines, transit centers. So we have to make sure that those funds are collected, accounted, and properly tracked. Big things that we're working on right now is as Joy mentioned, we are implementing a brand new HRS system. It will bring us to the 21st century. So we are very excited about what's coming. It's going to have self-service functionalities, a lot of electronic timekeeping as well. We are 30 days away from rolling out the system for the district. Also in preparation for the almost 500 new members from the bus transition that will be onboarding in the month of June. So that has been our payroll team, which is also part of the finance division, has been working very hard. We have our third testing next week, so we're very excited how that will go. It will be a full testing of all the employees. So hopefully it goes very well because, and the other thing that we're working right now among all the chiefs is you'll be seeing shortly. We are going to be facing some challenging times ahead of us from the financial front. So we are working very much closely with all the department managers and chiefs to be able to achieve a balanced operating budget. But more to that on a presentation later today. So.
Okay, so I will also go. A couple of unique things about my position. As the board knows, I report directly to the board, which is unique. Everyone else that presented so far, they report to Sean. So I'm the Deputy CEO and Chief General Counsel. I've been here for 12 years. I would say everything that they just mentioned, my group that I work with under the umbrella of the Office of Chief General Counsel is touching in some way or another. From a legal perspective or from, helping develop contracts and, leases and whatever. So everything that they mentioned and then some. My team, under the Office of Chief General Counsel, is comprised of the Director of Risk Management, Enterprise Risk Management. So we have a risk management function. We also have the regulatory compliance that is responsible for the what we call our CCOP, which is an oversight program, comprehensive compliance and oversight program. We're also responsible for the internal audit program. And we also have the all of the civil rights for the district, which includes ADA, not the paratransit side of it, but the ADA side of it from a legal perspective, DBE, and EEO. So we have all of those functions. And then we have our Deputy General Counsel, who is a jack of all trades, covers all of the things that you heard mentioned. And then I'm also responsible for the safety department. And so I am the SMS executive for the district, appointed by Sean, which is our safety management system. And under that function, we have field specialists, safety specialists that are in the field in the rail division, the bus division, and then in development services primarily and facilities. So a lot of different hats under this umbrella.
And I appreciate the opportunity to sort of let our folks introduce themselves. The reason I really wanted to do that is because, at least for me, in the organizations that I've been at, I'm very non-traditional in where departments lie. In fact, I typically find that departments that don't fit together create the best outcomes. And so when you sort of see that departments that our executive staff has, they're not necessarily traditional roles that would necessarily marry up with each other. The other part that I think is important about that too is and we'll kind of talk about it later on in the workshop, but we've made a very concerted effort to be thoughtful about how large our staff is at the top end of the organization. And as we've had opportunities to sort of streamline that, we've put departments together and created opportunities in other places of the organization to really manage our bottom line a little better. But I think it's a testament to our staff that they're able to handle those multiple departments and do so with the expectations and service that we deliver to our community. And so I just wanted to make sure they had an opportunity to sort of showcase that. And if you are good, Madam Chair, we can move on to, all right. Katie, you're up.
Good afternoon. In today's presentation, we will talk about each of the NCTD modes and their different purposes, opportunities that they have, and some key upcoming initiatives. Starting first with the Sprinter Corridor. The Sprinter is a major backbone for NCTD's network as it provides a critical east-west travel corridor generally along the 78. The Sprinter serves the cities of Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido across a 22-mile corridor. Within the catchment area of the Sprinter's 15 stations, there are over 63,000 jobs, 130 childcare and K-12 school sites, 10 higher education facilities, and 30 major medical facilities like hospitals, urgent care facilities, and pharmacies. Last fiscal year, we saw over 13 million passenger miles traveled along the Sprinter. This performance indicator is helpful in showing each mode's ability to mitigate vehicle miles traveled in the county. It represents all of the miles traveled by passengers on the Sprinter mode. The average passenger trip length on Sprinter is 7 miles, so that's about a third of the corridor's length. Ridership on the Sprinter is typically stronger in the eastern half of the corridor as it provides connections to major educational institutions and employment centers, and there's a strong ridership base emanating out of Escondido and Vista with multiple breeze connections. The Sprinter's span of service is 4 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. during weekdays, with service until after midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. The limited weekday service span is certainly an opportunity for the Sprinter. We've received customer feedback that a lot of those evening trips would be a better option for them to return home from work or attend special events such as at the Front Wave Arena. One constraining factor on the Sprinter's span of service is the need to have temporal separation on the corridor with BNSF freight service. So that is a factor when we look at the service span on Sprinter, but something that is certainly an opportunity for the mode. I'll move next into the coaster. The coaster is our major north-south corridor connecting North County to broader San Diego County. Last fiscal year, we saw over 23 million passenger miles traveled. We see this high number because the average passenger trip length on coaster is 27 miles. That's compared to Sprinter's average trip length of 7 miles. These longer distance trips that are taken on coaster are really critical for that region-wide VMT mitigation. That's fairly long when you're looking at various transit modes. Within the catchment area of coaster's 8 stations, there are over 500,000 jobs, hundreds of childcare and K-12 schools, 24 colleges and universities, and 16 major hospitals. We've seen the use case of coaster really morph over the last few years. Where it used to be dominated by a lot of commute-based trips, we're seeing more and more customers take the coaster for entertainment events like concerts and festivals, Padres games, of course, farmers markets, beach trips. So you're not really seeing that commute-dominated network or market that we saw before. We also tend to see a lot of bike usage and family usage on the coaster with the use of Youth Opportunity Pass. We've often shared that Padres season is really big for coaster, and even in a snapshot of opening weekend last month, we saw a 10% ridership boost from the opening weekend of the previous year. So we continue to see really great use of coaster for those major regional events. And here we have both the coaster and Sprinter corridor on a map just to show jobs by census block group within the NCTD service area. This helps to illustrate how our services connect to major employment centers, but it also highlights that we have strong pockets of employment opportunities throughout the service area. Next, we have our Breeze bus network, which consists of about 40 routes. Breeze includes a combination of our regular service routes and our supplemental routes, which provides additional capacity for areas that experience significant school-based ridership. In blue are the routes that are dispatched out of our Escondido division or our East division, and in green are the routes that are dispatched out of our Oceanside division. Our average trip length on Breeze is over 6 miles. That's a bit longer than you would typically see for fixed route bus in the industry. And that's really a nature of NCTD serving a largely suburban area where a lot of the trip generators are more spread out. In FY 2024, we saw over 30 million passenger miles traveled on Breeze. Here on the screen, we have our flex services. That includes our coaster connection routes in blue at the bottom of the map. You'll notice that these routes are all on the outer edges of NCTD's core service area, and they provide a very specific function within NCTD's broader network. We have Route 371 that serves Ramona, which provides a critical quality of life connection for those aging in place and provides that connection between Ramona and Escondido. The 371 also sees seasonal fluctuations associated with agricultural jobs based in East County. For routes 392 and 395 serving Camp Pendleton, these routes provide a critical connection for those working in mess halls or a variety of functions that service the base. And our newer coaster connection routes that we took over from MTS within the last year provide that first last mile connection for the major employment center that we see in Sorrento Valley. Here is NCTD's Lyft paratransit service. There are 2 unique features of NCTD's Lyft service that aren't as typical in the industry. First, in an effort to provide multiple mobility options and manage costs on paratransit service, which tend to be very expensive, NCTD provides fare-free access to Breeze, Sprinter, Coaster, and Flex service for Lyft-eligible passengers. This is intended to encourage Lyft-eligible passengers to use more cost-effective modes of transit to complete their trip needs, but they also can continue to use Lyft depending on their specific travel needs for that day. The second item related to the lift service area itself, that we lovingly refer to as our donut hole policy, is in reference to our FTA requirement for providing paratransit service. So the FTA requires paratransit service within 3/4 of a mile of fixed route transit services, which in NCTD's case created pockets within our service area that were uncovered without lift service. In order to minimize that customer confusion and provide a better service, NCTD's board elected to fill in any donut holes, as we call them, that were less than 10 square miles in size. And this was a change that was made a few years ago, just to help fill in some of the holes that we saw in the service area and provide a greater level of service. So essentially, NCTD provides that level of service via its Lyft paratransit service above what is technically required by the FTA to provide. Finally, we have NCTD's newest mode, NCTD Plus. In its pilot period so far, it has provided 48,000 passenger miles. And microtransit is really intended to provide a very specific function within a broader transit network, whether that is connecting to fixed route transit or filling in gaps within the service area where we do not have any transit service currently. For context, we've included here our ridership trends between FY 2023 and FY 2024. Breeze and Sprinter both saw 8% increases in ridership between the two fiscal years. Coaster saw a 5% ridership increase. Flex saw a 26% ridership increase, and Lyft saw a 13% ridership increase. And it's important to note that on the Flex side, where we see that big boost, that does not include our new Coaster Connection service that's considered a flex route. So we're really seeing a big jump in ridership on our Camp Pendleton-based routes. We have 2 projects on the Coaster Corridor that will help to further evolve the Coaster's ridership base. The Convention Center station will give a 1-seat ride to North County residents for major sporting and entertainment events. And we already see a very strong demand for that service, so this will provide an even better level of service for folks. On the left there, you see Comic-Con and how crowded downtown San Diego gets. So Comic-Con is another great boost for coaster ridership. And then, of course, Padres season, as mentioned. The Fairground Special Event Platform will also unlock a new 1-seat ride entertainment option for the county fair and for the racing seasons. So this provides another opportunity for folks to try out the coaster as an option for their recreational needs. At last month's board meeting, we spoke about NCTD Plus Vista, which is a new NCTD Plus zone that will launch next month on May 19th. And it'll provide a new market for our NCTD Plus mode and helps to connect various points of interest within the city of Vista. And lastly, we wanted to share information regarding a pending grant application and soon-to-be study. In late January, NCTD submitted a funding request for a bus network redesign to help NCTD reimagine its bus network. As we've mentioned in previous meetings, the last kind of major redesign that NCTD undertook was in 2018. So it'll give us an opportunity to take a fresh look at the bus network. Essentially, these studies will wipe the map clean and use a variety of data sources as well as really significant public engagement to help inform a new restructured network. NCTD will include 3 key network scenarios in this study. That includes a reduced funding scenario, a maintenance funding scenario, and an increased funding scenario. And this will really allow us to be ready for any scenario that NCTD may encounter in the coming years. One other note on this study is funding levels will be discussed in greater detail in the next presentation, but it's helpful to note that MTS is also pursuing a similar study to help inform their network options in the face of a fiscal cliff. MTS has shared various concepts of what service reductions could look like, from global reductions in trolley frequency or elimination of the 15 lowest performing routes. So having a bus network redesign in our back pocket to help inform what service we need to protect or what service we need to boost will really help us in those conversations. That questions.
Thank you. Well, thanks for that presentation. Suhail, do we have any public comments on this particular item?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, at this time, that public registration to speak on this item will end. So I'll look to our board members to see if there are any questions or comments regarding this item. Board Member Contreras?
Thank you so much. Always very thorough and just excellent work. I do have a question. You know, we talked about just there's a lot of things that need to happen on the Sprinter line. You know, for us along the Sprinter corridor, it's never just going to be a one-seat ride. So I really would love for us to be able to get ahead of the timeline and ensure that we could have some later night Sprinter rides, so that way it could just be a two-seat and a quicker. Because right now, if I can't get the Sprinter and I'm coming from the coaster, it's over an hour to take the bus, whichever bus, sometimes 303, sometimes a different one, right? So anyways, I think that would just really behoove us so that folks could really connect to the fairgrounds and convention center, to those really big events, and probably would boost a lot of ridership throughout the entire service area. But other than that, I mean, this is great. I think it's, just great work on looking at this bus network redesign so the board could have more information in the case of budget constraints. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Edson?
Yes, thank you, Katie. Great presentation as always. I had a question with regard to the constraints on Sprinter due to also running freight. Is that why we're looking to double track?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. You know, I think we've mentioned this before. I know I mention it all the time when I'm out and about, that we own railroad. I think it kind of puts us in an interesting spot where we're not really having a one-way conversation with BNSF about just being able to expand our Sprinter service. We're really having conversations in a lot of different rooms about how that corridor, if and when it's double-tracked, connects to the 15 corridor, and what a rail corridor in 15 looks like, or what the branch off from Crest Canyon East looks like, how that might be utilized in the future. For me, it's a function of, I would prefer to see Sprinter service run till 12 or 1 in the morning. I would also like to see us move away from temporal separation so that we can also make money for our freight partners in the corridor, thus us making a little bit of money off of that too. But sort of the bigger piece is that long range, that 20, 25-year conversation about what does the 15 corridor look like? How are we connecting the Air Force Base in Riverside to the Naval Base in San Diego, or east-west of Camp Pendleton? So there's a lot of different pieces that fall into that. It's a freight corridor opportunity to bypass the waterborne ports. It's an opportunity for us to improve passenger service in East County to Riverside, Palm Springs, Coachella Valley, wherever that might be. It also provides us an opportunity to strengthen the military network by having essentially a triangular option of double track in major corridors across the region. So the good news on that front is when we have those conversations, there's a lot of different rooms where we can go into and say, this is of value to you as well. Let's try to work through some of those. And we got some really positive response from that when we were in DC a month and a half or so ago. And we're going to keep cracking those doors open. But, you know, it's probably two-tier for us. The double track is the main driver for us to try to run freight that's already in the corridor at the same time we can run our own service. But we also want to expand off of that. We see that as the springboard to the 15 corridor really popping off with freight and passenger rail. So.
And has there been any further discussion about hydrogen in that area, or with the current administration, are we figuring there aren't going to be any dollars for that to happen?
Yeah, there has been, I would say, and you know, this isn't, you know, this is going to sound harsher than I mean it to be, but before we begin an investment from the federal government on hydrogen, we have to have an investment from the state. And that investment has been a lot of conversation in PowerPoints and not manifested itself in the way of dollar bills. And the problem that we're running into as an organization is we have these mandates either on rail or on bus to switch over to these fuel types. And one, they're very expensive. And we'll talk a little bit about it when we get to the funding piece. But our transition to hydrogen can potentially cost us an additional $1.5 million to $2 million a year in fuel. That's $1.5 million to $2 million we don't have in service now that we're having to put into fuel type. I'm all in on zero emission. Like, I believe that's the future. I believe that's the way we have to go. But the agency needs the state who's making those mandates to step in and help us build a group of cities and state agencies and public transit agencies that can work together to build a hydrogen station so that we're all sort of sharing the cost, and we have redundancy, right? Like, we can't be the only one with hydrogen and then something go wrong and we have no backup. Like, there has to be a redundancy amongst the group. And I can tell you there's definitely an appetite for that. We've had a lot of conversations with the city of Escondido. We've had a lot of conversations with other partners in the region from a trucking perspective or some of our rail partners. And so I think we're getting positive traction. I would say that the uniqueness of our financial issues that don't just reside here in San Diego County, they're at the state level too, may delay those a little bit, but that conversation is still at the forefront of what we're doing. And every week we're getting a new hydrogen bus. So, we'll be up to almost 40 in the fleet pretty soon. In fact, we'll have more hydrogen buses than I think almost any transit agency in California except for one. So we're invested, so we hope to see that partnership as well. And I don't mean to say that people aren't wanting to work with us. They definitely are. They're constrained by the same issues that we are. But that doesn't help us when we're coming up against deadlines or we're trying to push stuff forward now. We're excited about our new hydrogen station, which should open here in Q3 of this year. And that'll drive down the cost of our fuel a little bit. We'll be able to get it in liquid form instead of gas form, so that'll drive the cost down. But yeah, hydrogen is still a big piece of what we're looking into.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just had one other question regarding the grant application for the bus network redesign. I heard something scary, which was, having to look at 15 lowest performing routes. But beyond that, what does it look like as far as being able to earn that grant?
Yeah, so we had submitted a Caltrans planning grant. We should hear back by mid to late summer if we're successful in receiving that grant. We've had a pretty good track record for Caltrans planning grants, so we're hopeful. Once we, execute that grant agreement, we would expect to begin the study in late fall or early 2026. One of the first key tasks would be coming back to the board to set certain principles or kind of guiding initiatives for the bus network redesign so that we can have the input from the beginning of what we want the study to look like and what we want to prioritize in our various data analyses and public outreach.
I think the whole bus network redesign concept is great, like wiping the slate clean and looking at what exists today versus when this was created, and to see if there are, things we've been missing, and to also give us a pat on the back for the things that we've done so far, and know that we are doing the right thing there. So, thanks.
Yeah, the bus network redesigns are interesting because typically what you find in those are these little pockets of shifts in population. And you didn't really know that, we could see them on a census map, but you don't really see them until you start to really dig into the transit numbers. And in some cases, it'll say, well, you need more frequency here, or you need to shift this route off of what used to be the main to what is the new main, and it will drive up ridership for you. On the 15 route portion, that is one of MTS's scenarios, not ours. If we were in a 15 route scenario, we'd be in trouble. But we're in a similar situation where that report will help us. And even MTS's report will help us sort of figure out maybe where we have some overlapping services or where we can step in and kind of help out, similar to the way we did with Coaster Connection and some of the conversations they're having about their routes into Escondido. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? I'm gonna see if, yeah, Board Member Joyce.
I'll just be very brief. The bus redesign is really interesting, and I was just thinking, and I think you answered it, that we would come back and have a conversation about the values-driven kind of thing. And I guess that lends into what we're doing today, right? So we're gonna have some of that conversation later. Okay, that's all. Exciting.
Board Member Martinez?
I just wanted to ask Sean a figure. So with the 40 hydrogen buses, what percentage is that of all buses that are running today?
Of the fleet we have, it's probably about a third, maybe a little less, yeah.
Great.
Our plan is to retire the last 2 or 3 diesels we have. We got two old birds floating around. We're trying to get rid of them.
Vice Chair Sinella?
Thank you, Chair. Katie, wonderful presentation and just a great overview, especially for somebody who's as new as I am. And I have a follow-up newbie question for you. Does the coaster not currently run to the convention center? I'm trying to remember my time down there, if I've ever seen it go beyond the Santa Fe station.
It only goes as far south as Santa Fe. So currently, if you're going to Petco Park, you'd either have to transfer to the trolley or walk about a mile.
Well, that's very exciting that there's plans to have it go all the way down to the convention center. What's the timing on that?
The latest timing on that.
The construction of the station itself is slated for 18 months.
Yes.
We're having very good conversations with our partners at MTS, BNSF, really the city of San Diego, because for us to get to that station through that rail right-of-way, we would have to move a bike lane and a few other pedestrian right-of-ways. So we want to do that in a way that's not sort of haphazard. We want to make sure that it's done correctly. We want to make sure that the city is okay with the move we're doing. It's working through its approval process right now. It's a little bit delayed on where we thought we would be on the schedule. Thought we might have broken ground by now, but we should hopefully be able to break ground early next year. And then it's about 12 to 18-month process, depending on how fast we can get it built.
I think that's going to be a very positive enhancement for the folks that want to go to that part of downtown. So I'm super excited to hear that. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Board Member Contreras?
Yeah, you know what? I think, Sean, what you said about looking at folding the Sprinter line into the holistic picture of military and connectivity and trying to bring it into potentially STRACnet. I think it would, and the fact that, there's been already conversations going, it sounds like they've been going well, or at least are well received. I think it could really be important for the board to even get together and have a discussion about writing a board letter, so that way you have that available when you go and you talk to whoever it is in this current administration. But I think that's a really great point. And I appreciate you, trying to have a holistic view of where we could get funding and where we could remove red tape to ensure that we built out a system that works for everybody, and that, the military being such a critical component of our service area and just San Diego region in general, I think it'd be fantastic for the board to have a discussion about a potential letter.
And I've got a little nod to that later on, just about sort of the board's role as we talk about potentially changing some legislative authority over the agency for funding opportunities. And that kind of fits into that realm of who we need to start to get in contact with. I'll give a lot of credit to former acting FTA Administrator Veronica Vanderpool. She and I worked very closely with the Department of Energy at one point in time, especially when we were transitioning to electric vehicles, because I think, as an elected group or as an industry, we have all these great ideas like, hey, let's tap into the grid. Well, that's a cybersecurity and defense issue. That's an energy issue, right? Like, we already have an energy shortage in California. When we talked about it in Washington, one of the roadblocks for us was our rates would have went up because they sold excess energy to Oregon and California. So how those things sort of connect to the budget line item is always of chief concern. And you got to get the right people in the room, whether that's DOD or energy or transportation, like whoever it is. And we've had some conversations with the folks that are newly appointed in office, and they've had some really great thoughts and ideas about how to continue some of those conversations. So I feel very, I don't feel discouraged at all that those things aren't going to continue forward.
Okay. Anybody else before I make my comments? Okay, great. And I know it seems like we're going to continue that conversation in the next item too, around the political landscape, which I'm sure will be interesting for all of us to hear. I just wanted to say thank you for providing this overview. I do think that it was awesome to see, you know, the ridership numbers going up and just how much we've done, the work that you all have done to really make sure that we're doing everything we can to provide those services throughout North County. And I'm sure we'll continue to see progress being made this year. So I just wanted to say thank you for that overview. And with that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, where staff will provide the board with an overview of the political landscape at the federal, state, and local levels and potential impacts to NCTD, which I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say about up here. And Mary Dover, Chief of Staff, and Lori Winfrey, Deputy CEO, Chief General Counsel, will present this item. And so I'll go ahead and pass it over to them.
Great, thank you, Chair. Hello, members of the Board of Directors. So Katie gave you a good overview of what we do and what we have coming. And so I'm now going to provide an overview of all the various entities that we interact with on any given period of time and the relationships that we've built to try to mitigate some of the exterior factors that impact our organization. So NCTD interacts with different levels of government in different ways. So we want to make sure that we're touching base and having good relationships with entities that impose regulations on us that we have to adhere to, and then also legislative bodies that make policies that impact us as well. These entities also distribute funding to NCTD, so we're building good relationships to make sure that we're advocating for our priorities. On the federal side, our biggest touch point on the federal government side is with the Department of Transportation. We are directly regulated by the Federal Transit Administration and the Federal Railroad Administration on the coaster side. The Department of Defense, we interact with our neighbors to the north, Camp Pendleton. We have a maintenance facility there, and we also have various services that run onto Camp Pendleton. So we're maintaining that relationship with the base to make sure that our passengers can move through the base freely, and that our employees don't have any issues accessing the base. Also, the coaster corridor is part of the strategic rail corridor network, so we're working with the Department of Defense on that as well. And then, of course, Congress. I'll talk a little bit later. Congress passes policy legislation that impacts NCTD, as well as funding legislation for our discretionary and our formula programs. At the state level, the main transportation agency at the state level is the California State Transportation Agency, and underneath that is the Department of Transportation, Caltrans. So we work with the CalSTA and Caltrans on various discretionary and formula funding programs. They take regulatory actions as well that impact NCTD. Caltrans is also unique in that it owns some of the rail fleet in California, so we work with them on some of their fleet planning and how it interacts with our fleet planning. And they also do the state rail plan that we are a partner in as well. We utilize the state rail plan when we're talking to the FRA in particular about our rail priorities. The California Public Utilities Commission, as well, as one of the biggest entities that we interact with. As Katie mentioned, and as Tom mentioned at the top, the Sprinter is operating under an FRA waiver for crashworthiness. The temporal separation that Katie mentioned is the reason for that. So the CPUC is the entity that regulates directly the Sprinter corridor. So we work with them from a safety perspective. This is by no means an exhaustive list of all of these are just the main heavy hitters. We have interactions with CARB and other entities as well, the Department of Energy, but these are, I could be talking for hours if I listed all of the agencies that we talk to. So back on the state side, we also work with the legislature. Similar to Congress, they enact policy legislation that impacts NCTD, and they appropriate funding for us as well every year. And then local cities. So we want to make sure that we're working with your city councils and your city management staff, as well as the county, to make sure that we're serving your constituencies to the best of our ability. We interact on projects, permitting, and then any initiatives or policies that your city councils are taking that may have a transit nexus. We Also have interactions, and we work closely with SANDAG. They are the Metropolitan Planning Organization, as well as a multitude of other things for the region. So through that lens, they dictate some of the funding that we receive from the state and the federal level. Lori will talk later, but NCTD is established in state statute. And per our enabling legislation, SANDAG is also the entity that does most of our major capital projects. So we work with them on projects that impact the Coastal Corridor and the Sprinter Corridor mainly. MTS is the administrator of our regional fare program, Pronto. So we work with them on fare collection and then just general regional transit coordination. As Katie mentioned, specifically with the Coastal Connection Service, they utilize the Escondido Transit Center for their rapid and other touch points there. So in order for us to interact with a lot of these agencies, we utilize various industry partners. We're members of, again, this is by no means an exhaustive list, but mainly just the main organizations that we're a part of for advocacy purposes. The American Public Transportation Association, the Bus Coalition, the Commuter Rail Coalition, Latinos in Transit, COMPTO, and WTS are the main federal policy advocacy organizations that we interact with to make sure that our priorities, as well as the priorities of the industry, are advocated at the federal level. And then the California Transit Association is our advocacy partner at the state level. Latinos in Transit, COMPTO, and WTS also have a lot of employee engagement programs to make sure that NCTD's employees have mentorship opportunities and abilities to advance their careers. So, with the changes that we've seen, the last time I gave the board a really comprehensive government affairs update was at the last retreat. We've had a lot of changes since then. So we have different priorities than we did last year, which is standard. We change as well as the entities that govern us change as well. So on the federal side, one of the main things, the two main things that we're working on is the fiscal year 2026 appropriations legislation. Congress is in a typical scenario. Congress begins the appropriations process around March, and they work through September to develop 12 separate appropriations bills. So each of the appropriations subcommittees will put forth a bill that's dictated by the authorization legislation that has funding levels, and then it dictates the programs therein. Our main source of funding is from the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee. That is the typical process. That is not how it usually happens. Occasionally, they'll put forth their priorities, and then towards the end, they'll kind of come with an amalgamation of a bill, and then they'll pass that. We also see situations where Congress has a lot to do, and they don't usually have enough time to get all the things done before the deadline. So they'll pass what's called a continuing resolution, and that is just essentially to give them a little bit more time to develop that funding bill. Basically, all it is they're continuing the funding levels from the previous year. Recently, we saw a full year continuing resolution, which can happen. This is a new Congress, and so they're trying to get their bearings, and so they've just continued the funding levels from the previous year. So those will continue until September 30th. Because of that, what are called earmarks, congressionally directed spending or community project funding, those were not included. So as part of the appropriations process, we're working with our members of Congress. Last year, Congressman Peters put forth NCTD's request for bus stop improvements. It was advanced, it was in the committee, and it was in the bill, but unfortunately, it was not included in the final. So we're working with Congressman Peters to see if he can include it in this appropriations bill, and we have some other project priorities as well. Mainly through this process, we're working on maintaining the top line funding levels. Congress is authorized to spend an X amount, but they by no means have to spend that amount. So we're working with our congressional partners to see, make sure that they're aware of the benefits of providing funding at that top level. Congress is also working through the surface transportation reauthorization legislation. The current version is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law or the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. That expires in 2026, so they're starting the process now, and they're getting input from our federal partners and NCTD, as well as our other agency partners, to inform that legislation. So as I mentioned, that will set top-line funding levels, but it'll also have some policies included in it. So we're working both of those angles to make sure that we can get as much funding as possible and also make sure that the policies that are included are most beneficial to NCTD and the industry. And then we also, with the new administration, there are a lot of new executive orders. So we're managing that and seeing, particularly what we've seen so far is on the funding side. The executive orders are geared towards how we spend our funding. So we're working with the grants team to make sure that we are adhering to those executive orders. At the state level, we are always looking for transit operations funding. The state 2 years ago passed SB 125, which infused $5.1 billion into the transit industry, and CTD received $113 million of that. But that was, the TRCP expires this year, and then the zero emission pot of that expires in 2028. So it is by no means a sustainable source of revenue. It was meant to kind of get us out of the immediate fiscal cliff as we find longer term solutions. Lori will dive a little bit more into that in the slides after this. Also on the funding conversation, cap and trade is being reauthorized. The governor had mentioned that he wants to reauthorize that this year. Cap and trade funds various transit programs, including the discretionary TIRCP, which NCTD typically competes for and won $100 million for the Sandy Keto project. So that's a very important project for NCTD. That's the project, the program that we're looking to fund the Sprinter project with. So it's incredibly important to NCTD that that receives reauthorized funding from the cap and trade program. And then, as I mentioned, our enabling legislation is in state statute. So there are pieces of that that set us apart from our agency partners, and we want to make sure that we can realign as much as possible so that we are governed by the same set of legislation that MTS and Sandig are governed by, for example. And then at the local level, more operations funding. In the next presentation, you'll get an overview of where we get our funding from and how we can use it. Operations dollars are the hardest to come by. The federal and state government are very willing to give us capital money because it's one time we can build a project and then it's on the entity to continue to operate that project. So we're working with our local partners to see if there are ways, creative ways to boost transit operations funding. And then, as I mentioned, we're always interested in working with our partners on project coordination, talking with them about what a project looks like, how it's constructed, which communities it's in, and things of that nature. And now I will pass it off to Lori to talk more about our enabling legislation and kind of some funding implications of that.
Okay, thank you. So first I'll just say that NCTD, as Mary mentioned, our enabling legislation is found in the Public Utilities Code, which might seem a bit odd, but it is. And in that legislation, there's all kinds of things. It includes, the governing structure of the board, the powers and authority of the board, and things of that nature. But as part of the enabling legislation, it also outlines what authority the board has to raise revenue on its own, so self-generated. And there's two pathways to do that. One is relatively new, and that's AB 805, which was passed by the legislature in 2018. And that provided the board with the authority to authorize a transaction and use tax on the ballot, assuming that you pass an ordinance and you get, sufficient public input to do that. So according to that section, though, and this is, I want to point out, Mary mentioned this very briefly, but the issue that I want to point out with this is what I have underlined here, that under that legislation, and it is the only taxing authority that we have, unlike Sandig and some other agencies, the revenues from that taxation can only be used for public transit purposes as defined by the legislation. And in the legislation, as you can see here, it is specific to capital projects. So we can go out for a tax initiative, but the money that is received through that initiative cannot be used for operations. So it certainly limits NCTD's ability to generate operating funds. The other section is the PUC section here, 125-700, which authorizes the issuance of bonds, but again, only for the purchase of transit facilities or transit equipment. So again, capital. So the revenue generation that's available to NCTD is exclusively for capital needs and does not afford us an opportunity to generate revenue for our operational needs. You might say, why is this so critically important? Can you go to the next slide? Before I get into this slide more specifically, the reason why this is important is if you are looking to maintain a current service or increase your service levels, build infrastructure that requires, that you have more employees or, that you have operating funds to support that, you're in a little bit of a conundrum, right? Because you have the capital money where you can go out and increase services with the infrastructure and so forth, build facilities, buy vehicles or whatever you need for that purpose, but the operating dollars aren't there to actually implement that. And so that's why I want to just make sure this is clear that the two ways that we can self-generate revenue do not afford us any opportunity to generate operational funding. So I think what I just did here was I actually pulled this from Yoon's presentation that she'll be doing after this one, just to sort of segue into her presentation. But if you look here, we have capital and maintenance. These are our funding sources, our grant revenue sources for capital and maintenance, and then operations. The capital and maintenance, we've done a pretty good job over the last several years of generating a lot of discretionary funding for new projects and so forth. But on the operations side, the funding on the operating side is decreasing. Either because, with the Federal Transit Administration, for example, we can only use one source of grant funding, which is our 5311 funding, and that's for rural routes only. So it's very limited in terms of operational use. On the state side, we're limited by, if the sales tax revenue is down and so forth, which we're seeing over the course of the past several months that this is occurring. And so of course, Yoon will go into this in more detail, but the revenues that are becoming available to us for operating purposes from the state are anticipated to decrease as well. So this is very critically important to NCTD as we're looking to move forward into the next, 3 to 5 years, looking at, decreases in our operating funds and no ability to self-generate that operating fund. And so that's kind of what I wanted to just make sure that I, helped you understand as from the legislation before Yoon goes into her presentation.
And I'll just add to, Yoon will talk about our various sources of funding, and as I mentioned, where they come from and what we can spend them on. Because Congress is undergoing this surface transportation reauthorization, we know that this Congress and this administration are very interested in streamlining costs. And so we may see a scenario where our federal funds decrease slightly or drastically. And so we want to be able to explore all avenues to make sure that we can make up that revenue should that scenario come to fruition.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that a little bit. I think the reason we felt that it was important to put this in front of the board is because I'm not certain that this level of detail has ever been provided to the board. And I think it's important when we talk about those things for a few reasons. When we think about our overall budget that we approve, it's really two different buckets of money, and the color of that money is very different. We have our capital money, which our team has been very successful at in acquiring grant money to do capital projects and to do some of these other things. Our money that is available in the other bucket for everyday service and expansion of service is almost capped out. And as Lori pointed out, legislatively, we don't have the ability to put a tax initiative out or move into another opportunity that would provide us a stable source of additional operating revenue to either expand service or to continue forward over the next 5 years with the level of service that we currently have, just based on inflation and based on some of the other factors that are out there. And I really wanted to make sure that the board had this information in front of them because I think historically, the agency has done a really good job of sort of maintaining financially where it needs to be and found those funding sources. One of the things that the Federal Transit Administration kind of breaks down, and there's all these different buckets at the FTA of where that money comes from, but roughly a little over $2 billion a year is dedicated to transit through historical appropriations bills. My understanding is that there is an effort to cut some of that back. But very similar to our situation, the federal government kind of has a lot of different breakdowns, but it kind of rolls into two sort of specific things, which is formula funding for agencies or UZAs that exist that have more than 1 million population. And then there's this like appropriations for grants and capitals piece. And I think you're going to see a concerted effort by the current administration to really crack down on capital money. I think I feel okay that the formula funding, which we use for our capital, like essentially our maintenance programs on vehicles, will probably stay intact. I think the half that is for larger capital projects like building BRTs or some rail expansion projects is probably going to come under fire because regulation at the federal level has made it very difficult for people to push forward with projects. So they will get awarded a grant opportunity in 2015 or 2016, and it's very likely that they have not started the project yet. And so that money's just sitting at the federal level. And so when people come to the DC and they say, oh, I need more money for this, and I want to see that program expanded, and they say, well, we have tons of money in the bank that's already, that's really already been allocated to other agencies. Why are they not drawing that money down? And there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a ton of steps and process in the regulation piece that has to be done on transit projects to sort of get the buy-in from the federal government to disseminate that cash. The local level, it gets a little interesting because I think what you're going to see, which has been sort of a hot topic, I think, on both sides of the aisle in DC, is operations, the cost of the operation of public services should be handled at the local level or the state level. If the federal government intervenes on trying to manage local operating costs, that's a little bit of a slippery slope, right? Like the federal government has always been very adamant that we want to invest in infrastructure. Like, how do we help you build that service? But I think they've always sort of had this fine line of the local entities themselves need to handle public services because they're for the good of the public. Now, there's sort of these one-off pieces like rural transportation that sort of fit into that bucket where they don't really have the means to do that, and so the federal government steps in and provides them a little bit of operating cost on rural transportation service, which we get money for as well for East County. But I was a little concerned that I'm not totally sure this has been shared with the full board and that we have new board members. I can tell you last year, I was on my second week and Yoon and I were trying to shave 20 million out of the budget. And this year we're in the same boat. We're shaving 20 million out of the budget. So 2 years in a row, we've had to eliminate somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million of either capital projects that need to be done or elimination of potential service expansion that we've had throughout the network. And that's concerning for us. We want to not only sustain the level that we have, but as it makes sense, we want to expand service where we need to. Now, I'll give our team a lot of credit. I mean, they're very good about going back and finding ways to sort of manage those, and I've got a few nods to that when we get toward the end. But I want to kind of just set that perspective before Yoon comes up and gives her portion of the presentation, because I think it's important to sort of know which one of those buckets sort of feeds which piece, because in some years, and you'll see it on the graph that she's going to show, like in 2026, we were able to acquire a significant amount of grant money. So we have money in the bank to be able to do some of these capital projects. None of that money can be used for operations. Our operations money is tapped out, has been probably for 2 or 3 years. We've been buttoned up pretty close to it. So just kind of want to give that perspective before we jump into Yoon's presentation. One of the things that Yoon and I always joke about a little bit is typically we've come to the board with somewhere between $185 and $200 million budget. We're really a $150 million organization. A lot of that is our desire to do capital projects, which is where you see sort of that plus up. But at a baseline, that number is really the organization that we're operating under with our current financial situation, which is 140 to 150. All of the other things that you see in the budget when we come for a budget approval of 180, 185, those are just additional capital projects that we were able to acquire money for to be able to do over the course of the year. So I always think it's important to kind of spell that out for the group, because it's not always clear cut. Color of money is an interesting deal in this business, especially when we're trying to move some things around, especially as it relates to capital and maintenance, not so much operations. That's pretty static, but just kind of wanted to make sure there was a baseline before you jumped in. And if we're ready for you. Oh, unless anybody has
With that, we'll
questions.
take your questions.
Oh, yeah, questions.
We're getting ahead of
Thank you.
ourselves.
Okay, I know before I do that, I need to check in about public comments.
No public comments.
All right, thank you. At this time, public registration to speak on this item will end. I know I have questions, but I'll look to my fellow board members first, and I see Board Member Edson's hand up. Go ahead, Board Member Edson.
Sure. So I want to assure you that we actually, those of us who have served on the board for a long time, did understand, the difference between capital dollars, capital improvement dollars, and operations dollars. We experienced it when we, through grants, were able to purchase the Charger locomotives, and then when the Transnet dollars evaporated, we weren't able to operate them. So it's been a topic that some of us here are familiar with, but others aren't. So on the East Coast, there's a carve-out for train service. And I know that Lausanne has, for a long time, tried to seek a carve-out for the West Coast because, I don't know, second busiest passenger serving rail corridor. Number two, you would think might get some dollars too. Do you know if those dollars are all capital or if those are operations as well?
I would say efforts on the East Coast have largely been capital. I will say that the previous administration's utilization of Amtrak probably helped push that forward. I can only speculate just based on conversations I've had. I think you're going to see a push to have a serious conversation about the privatization of Amtrak and the changing of federal dollars as it relates to Amtrak's capital rail. So I don't think that's something that's going to happen overnight. There are a lot of different things that have to happen to make that a thing. But I think in the immediate term, what you will see is a change in the allocation of capital funding toward the Amtrak corridor in the east or the west. I would say the last big batch that they had primarily was in the northeast corridor, Boston, Philly, New York, down to DC.
Acela.
Yeah, yeah. Not so much on the south end of the East Coast, but, Brightline, I think, has done a pretty good job of managing that. And to be fair, I think Brightline's story is probably catching some of our folks in DC as a potential reason why Amtrak should go private to fund itself. I have mixed feelings on that. I definitely see some of their points. I definitely understand why it's a sort of a co-agency. But I don't think we'll probably see too many capital dollars invested in the Lausanne corridor, maybe in the next couple of years. I think immediately, I don't think they'll change too much, but next couple of years, we might see a little bit of a pullback on that.
Okay, and isn't there some historical situation with regard to federalizing the railroads that they were 100 years ago were failing under private ownership, and that was a step that was necessary for the government to take to continue rail service?
Yeah, I think that might be some of the angst that DC has, as why are we, if it's not a profitable venture, what is the ROI for having a bona fide rail network? I will say, in this, when I was in Texas, a lot of that had to do with two things. It wasn't necessarily related to passenger rail. It had a fair amount to do with cattle trade and military access to the border. And I think the same is true for the West Coast, right? Which I think we have a lot of conversation about as it relates to the current line, which is, very similar to the highway system. The highway system was built for military transport. It wasn't really built for people to drive their cars on all day. It morphed into what it is, but the rail, I think, was very similar. It was more of a movement of goods with the potential to move people and protect our military assets in strategic locations along the border, which is why I think the rail network's kind of set up the way it is, east-west along north-south through the borders, and then you kind of have the one inland mid-run, out of Kansas City. So I would love to see them really take a hard look at that. I think having Lori on Service Transportation Board, Passenger Rail Committee helps us out a lot because we're going to get a lot of good information from that group. And it's a very bipartisan effort. I mean, there's a strong bipartisan effort to protect our rail network. And there should be, because there's benefits to everyone in the rail network. It just comes down to, in these specific areas where funding is needed, how productive is that rail network and what does it mean to the economy? What does it mean to the military? What does it mean to passenger freight? And if you can demonstrate that, I think from a bipartisan perspective, they've been very helpful and active in trying to find funding for those things.
And our freeway system or road system isn't profitable either. I mean, it's also something that is funded by our government for us, and it's a service. But in the case of both rail and roads, they generate income because you have goods movement along both. You have, hotels and motels to stay at and places to visit and all of those wonderful things, and people who are going to work and generating taxes. So it's interesting.
Thank you. Board Alternate Coleman.
Yeah, I'm sure this is a really small piece of the puzzle, but could you talk to any philanthropic funding or funding from institutions that NCTD may be utilizing, especially as gap financing for operations, and how you're planning to expand that?
Yeah, I would say we've had conversations about that. I would say probably the closest example I could give you is Coaster Connection. We've had a lot of conversations with the tech industry and biosciences about protecting some of those routes if we could get funding for those from those agencies. Occasionally that becomes a fine line because what I've seen in the past is if those routes are not necessarily productive and then we have to make the unfortunate decision to cut other unproductive routes, you have this sort of agency collecting money from a private institution or a 501 versus an equity analysis, right? So now you have to, like when we eliminate routes, we have to go and look at what the impact is from an equity perspective in that neighborhood, who's impacted by the elimination of those routes. And so when we have one that's paid for essentially by a private firm that probably could have been eliminated and another route could have been saved at that expense, a lifeline route or something like that, definitely something we talk about. We talk about it all the time. And we actively do seek to find opportunities to do that if we think they're within the best interest of the agency. But, we definitely always keep our options open on that.
Okay. And then are any of the services cost recoverable?
Some of them.
Okay. I'm assuming they would be less affected by any volatility in federal or state budget concerns?
It could be. The rural routes might be the best example of that. I think because of the way that the funding is set up for rural routes, like for us, Ramona and Fallbrook, it's probably a lot less likely that those routes would find a funding problem in the future just based on how we receive funding for them. I think it's a real possibility to think that our biggest risks would be in Sprinter and bus operations from a federal perspective. Locally, the coaster could be significantly impacted by the decrease in Transnet dollars.
Right.
So Yoon will show when she brings up the graph that we were notified by Sandag that their projections for Transnet dollars affected us by about $12 million. Now, we have an agreement with Sandag that we would run X amount of service hours on coaster based on fully funded Transnet dollars. It's a significant possibility that at some point in time, Sandag may come back to us and say, we don't have the money to fund your full service. We need to have a conversation about reducing your hours or number of runs along the line. It's all kind of potluck depending on where the money comes from, but I definitely appreciate that question.
Appreciate it. Can we also have these slides? It's really helpful. So
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member questions, comments? I'm just pausing because I know I have some, but I want to make sure my fellow board members don't. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone jumping at it, so maybe what I'll do is I'll start, and then if you have any, do you have one, board member O'Hara? Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead with mine then. Okay. So, Ms. Dover, I know you were mentioning under the priorities for federal, state, local, we talked about cap and trade. And I guess like one of the things that you mentioned was that this is something that's a priority for the governor. Given the budget outlook, do we really, like, what's the reality of that being funded in the same levels that it has in the past? Or are we going to be seeing, just based on what's going on up there and what we've been hearing, like, are we going to be seeing maybe a hit to that number as well?
Yeah, so cap and trade is interesting because they're essentially an auction for entities that emit greenhouse gases. So it is a separate source of revenue. However, as you mentioned, the funding outlook at the state level, different programs utilize cap and trade funds. So it's not just transit. So we will, through this reauthorization, we're going to be advocating for at least maintaining the levels of funding that transit gets through the cap and trade program. For the TRCP discretionary program gets 10% of the annual revenues. The LC top, which we get for, now we're utilizing for fuel, but we have utilized for anything related to zero emission buses, gets 5% of those annual revenues. And then, you know, there are more, but whatever the balance is, then those can go to other discretionary purposes. So we're going to make sure that through those conversations, we're talking about the benefits that transit brings to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and stating our case for why transit should at least maintain the levels of funding that we're getting through cap and trade.
And I'm assuming that's what everyone, any other transit agencies throughout the state would want. So I'm guessing it's a loud enough voice that hopefully they'll listen.
Yeah, so I sit on the state legislative committee for the California Transit Association. And so this is one of their biggest pushes, is maintaining transit funds across the board, but through the cap and trade reauthorization. Yeah, so it's industry-wide.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Just hearing all the different ups and downs with regards to funding, I wanted to make sure I asked that question. And then the other piece that was mentioned in passing was having the ability to operate similar to how MTS and SANDAG do with regards to enabling legislation. And so can you elaborate a little bit more on that for especially our newer board members as to what that means and what that would look like for us here in NCTD if we were to be able to do that?
Yeah, so I'll give an example because there are a multitude of ways, and I probably do not know them all, but the most prominent is MTS in particular is set up as a regional transportation planning agency, and so at least at the state level, they can get some of their funds directly. So we recognized this through the SB 125 process. In the SB 125 bill, it mentioned that the funding would go to RTPAs for transit purposes. SANDAG is our RTPA.
Can you also say what RTPA
Yes,
is?
sorry,
Thank you.
Regional Transportation Planning Agency. Right, so it's sometimes the MPO, sometimes it's the transit agency. In the San Diego case, SANDAG is our RTPA, so we get all of our state funding, it flows through SANDAG, but MTS is their own RTPA, and so they get their funding themselves. So in the SB 125 guidelines, MTS had a line item where it said they were getting X dollars. SANDAG had a line item, and so we, through negotiations with SANDAG, were able to get those funds, but it wasn't guaranteed because the legislation itself said RTPAs. So this is another instance where we are governed differently than MTS and SANDAG. SANDAG is more common because they're a different type of entity, but at least in the San Diego region, MTS has a more favorable outlook at the state level because they're their own RTPA.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, what would that look like in order for us to move something like that along, especially given that you have all these North County folks here that could advocate to their state legislators?
Yeah, so there are pieces of our state enabling legislation that will be more favorable when we're talking to our state legislators. So the state of California in general is hesitant when we're talking about they're very comfortable with having control rest at a regional level. They're less comfortable when we talk about breaking it up into individual entities like cities or individual transit operators. MTS is very unique in the sense that they're their own RTPA. So it's definitely something that we're talking about with our legislatures. It's just, and this is kind of where we're looking to the, to the board if you have any suggestions or avenues that you'd like us to push in particular on how to convince the state legislature that giving us back this local control is beneficial to the San Diego region, as opposed to having it stay resting with a regional entity like Sandag.
And it's always been set up that way, or was there ever, yeah, it seems like I'm getting head nods on the left. So
For
I just want-
NCTD, yes,
from
it's
what I
always been set up
understand,
that
it's
way.
always been set up that way. Okay. So just something to keep in mind as we go into conversations later after Yun's presentation on priorities and the landscape for what we want to maybe focus on as an agency. I mean, obviously, this is not the only thing, but I just wanted to point that out as something that's interesting and something for us to look at. I have one more, and then I'll look again to see if anyone else has any questions. Okay. Yeah, so I think the piece that was mentioned was around how, in the past couple of years, you all have had to, and maybe this is more of a Mr. Donaghy question, $20 million off the budget. And that's a lot. It's a huge chunk of change. I'm assuming there are a lot of different things that go into that, obviously, CalPERS and a lot of different things that kind of change that outlook. But in terms of, how needing to figure out how to hopefully slowly make that pie smaller. I know you all shared different ways that we could potentially do that. Is there something that, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, because maybe this is a board question, but I'm just curious if you could provide maybe even just a couple of thoughts on what you think would be the best route for us to move forward on doing that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the purpose for us sort of putting that out there today is to say we're building a plan. But what we don't want to do is step on anybody's, well, we do and we don't. We want to step on a couple toes, but we don't want to step on everybody's toes. Because the system was put together for a reason, the way that it currently sits. So for us to make a departure from that, people are going to have some questions. And we want to make sure that we're respectful of our board's thoughts and opinions on that as well. So as we craft kind of how we want to tackle that issue, we really want to sit down and have conversations with every one of our board members and even councils if we need to, and just say, this is the initiative. And we're not trying to stuff the bank, right? We're just trying to find ways to create applicable funding sources going forward for the agency so that we can continue to run the services we have and expand where we think we have opportunities. I think the piece that we really wanted to get in front of the board today was our enabling legislation is a roadblock. We could probably figure out capital projects until we're blue in the face. The real problem is, at some point in time, we're going to have some serious conversations, 3, 4, 5 years down the road about what our service grid looks like. I think in the interim, we're really working to put together what that looks like potentially from a legislative perspective, and then who we need to talk to locally to sort of drive what that next step looks like if we're able to get a legislative change. And so that's kind of the starting point, I think, for us. I want to be very thoughtful and respectful of how we get to that conclusion, because I see a lot of agencies just say, well, we need to change this and we need to throw out a half-cent tax initiative, and well, what are you spending it on, and why are you using it, and what exactly are you going to use it for? And I think we need to have all those questions in alignment before we come to the board and ask them to support us on a legislative change. We need to be crystal clear about what our intention is. I hope that answers part of your question.
Yes, partially. Thank you. Okay, any other questions or, okay, I'm going to go to Board Member Joyce and then Board Member Contreras.
You brought up the negotiations with Sandag for like how much of the funding we get. do we start the same percentage cut down every time and then just go from there? Or, I mean, like, how does that conversation even happen?
Yeah, so for the majority of our funds, it's set by formula, so it's static. It does flow through Sandag, but we are dedicated a particular amount. MTS kind of gets their own, but the region gets a pot of funding and MTS gets a percentage and we get a percentage. For SB 125, we did have to make a case that the legislation was particular for transit purposes, and we are the transit agency that lies beneath them. So that was a bit more of a negotiation about what we essentially had to tell Sandag what we were planning to spend the funds on, so that when they went to the state to apply for it, they effectively had to have the buy-in of what we were going to spend it on.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'll save the rest for the.
Okay, Board Member Contreras?
Yeah, you know what, I had a question, if we are interfacing at all with Sandag and the county. I wish our representative from the county was here, Supervisor Desmond. Potentially, it would be great to see him champion some communication on this front, but Sandag and the County of San Diego did receive a Caltrans Strategic Partnership Grant to explore the development of a regional VMT mitigation program for the San Diego region. Are we having communications with them about some of the infrastructure priorities that we have, that potentially there could be some kind of funding source in the future as development, increases?
Yeah, I don't know if they've started that study yet, and I'll look to Katie, they have. And so our planning departments are working to, through most of Sandag's planning efforts, our planning department expresses our priorities and gives the case for our priorities. I don't know that this is necessarily geared toward a funding source. I'll have to look more deeper into the study, but I think it's more intended to look at ways to reduce regional VMT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because there's different things happening at the county, right, when it comes to VMT. And in the future, it just, as development continues, the VMT is a constraint. And really, you can make VMT efficient areas grow by square footage by just connecting our services, which would increase the ability for more development where it needs to happen, right? Obviously, prices are very difficult to obtain for the average San Diegan. So, I just want to ensure that as those conversations, this was presented to the Mobility Working Group on the 10th. So as those conversations are even in their preliminary stages, I want to ensure that we are having the appropriate communication to show that we also have priorities. Because like one of the issues that we saw and that we continue to see at Sandag is that maybe we just haven't been able to muster the political will in a unified way here in North County so that we could have a longer list of projects that are part of the regional plan. And that's where I think it's imperative for our representatives throughout the NCTD service area who serve on Sandag to really push for the type of infrastructure and the operation capital that we need to be able to service the area much better. So any way that we can do that, I think we need to take advantage of that. And so I just wanted to bring this up to your attention to ensure that we are also communicating with the county and with Sandag that we have priorities here and we want to help, lower VMT because it is, state regulation. And in order to do that, we need to be able to connect our service better, more service in Fallbrook, more service to Ramona, these different villages that, have potential to be built out a little bit more. They can't do that unless we have our service piece together over there. So I would just love to see this body really push while it's being developed, a plan like this. So those are my only comments.
And to Sean's point about, I'm glad to hear that he thinks that we're good at getting capital dollars. I like to think that we are too. And so studies like this we'll be able to utilize to, this study will have recommendations in it for projects or additional transit services to add to reduce VMT. So we'll be able to use this study when we go seek discretionary grants to say, we need to build XYZ project to ultimately operate XYZ service. It's just that gap, once we build the project, how do we operate the service on top of that? So these studies are incredibly important, and Katie and her team are doing a really good job of making sure that our priorities are included in these studies so that we can use them for discretionary grant applications. It's just once we get those capital dollars, we still do have that, that little gap of how do we fund it?
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from board members? All right, seeing none, I am going to say thank you to the team for the presentation. And then I know that we are moving on to the next item, where staff will provide a review of NCTD's existing funding sources, as well as challenges and opportunities for discussion. So that'll be Mr. Donaghy, our CEO, and Yoon Park Lynch, Chief Financial Officer, who will present this item. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to the both of you.
So you probably heard over the last hour a lot of conversations surrounding funding. Color money is everything in transit. We have multiple grants, multiple funding sources, and each one has limitations on what the money can be used for. Those are associated with the legislation, and a lot of time, like everyone has mentioned, we have quite a bit of capital and money and maintenance funding, but not a lot for operations. There's going to be a lot of numbers in the next following slides, so I would try to make it as easy as possible to explain what those numbers mean. So I'll show the details in the next slide, but basically what this chart is showing is on a percentage-wise, where is most of the funding coming from. You have 100%, that represents the total funding for the district in the next 5 years. The blue block means federal funding, the orange block is state funding, the Transnet is the yellow funding, the TDA is a gray funding, and then we have fares and other generated revenues. Other generated revenues are investment income, LCFS, and our RIN credits relate to use of renewable natural gas, reimbursement from Amtrak, BNSF for use of the right-of-way. But you can see that between the federal, state, TDA, and Transnet, they make up more than 80% of the revenues for the district. Those cover both capital and maintenance as well as operations. So when you see the bar line and 80%, everything over that, it's made out by those 4 funding sources. The total revenue projections in the next 5 years, for fiscal year 2026, we're looking at $256.1 million, but I'll show in the next slide, the majority of the funding is funding that the district received for capital. And then in the next few years, it levels off at around $184 to $189 million a year. It doesn't reflect any future potential grants that we receive for capital projects. This is a reflection of what we know today are going to be the revenues for the next 5 years. So there's a lot of numbers here, but we believe it was important to provide context to show where the numbers are coming from. So the $256 million that we're projected to receive in fiscal year 2026 are made out from all these different funding sources. The first 2 line items, passenger fares, those are the fares that we collect from our customers. And the general revenues are the one that I just shared, which is investment income and revenues from our tenants on the railroad. Everything else is grants. Federal Transit Administration funding, that is formula funding from the FTA. We receive funding mostly from the 4 different sections, 5307, 37, 39, and 11. Everything under 07, 37, and 39 can only be used for capital maintenance. None of those dollars can be used for operations. Also want to make it clear that when we are talking about federal funding, it's not only that there's a restriction on what can the money be used for, you also have to procure for those services following federal guidelines. And what we have experienced before is that sometimes smaller projects or sometimes smaller maintenance projects Contractors will not sign off on federal clauses. It is burdensome for them sometimes to comply with those requirements. So all those maintenance costs in the district that can be at any point in time a quarter of a maintenance cost, we have to fund it with our operating dollars, because we are not able to fund those with federal dollars because they don't comply with federal requirements. So there's not only, like I said, operating dollars are not only being used today for operations, we're also using them to pay for maintenance costs that could not be federal procured. The other thing that I also want to point out, that when we're talking about federal dollars, there has to be a match. The federal dollars, the federal government does not pay everything at 100%. So for every dollar for maintenance that we incur, we can use 80% FTA dollars, but we have to use 20% of our local dollars to match those federal dollars. So again, potential dollars that could have been used for operations cannot be used for operations because they have to be matched for maintenance and for capital projects. The other grants that we have in here that are exclusively for capital projects is the federal, the Department of Transportation, $10.2 million, the RAISE grant, that's specifically for the improvements on the Sprinter corridor, that's for environmental and 30% design. We also have the California Department of Housing and Community Development project, that's also only to be used for capital. And then the SB 125 TRCP, the $48.83 million, the majority of that is going to be used for capital for the completion of the special events platform at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Local monies that can be used are more flexible, are the TDA, Transportation Development Act, the 49.7, the 4.5, $2.6 million, and as well as the State Transit Assistance and Transnet. So a lot of money's here, $256 million, but the majority of that is being used for capital and maintenance, which I will show in the next slide. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm going backwards. So I think Lori just shared this in her prior presentation, but this was an illustration of some of the formula funding that we can count on every year on what can be used. So out of $140 million, $58 million can only be used for capital and maintenance. So this one I think is the chart that matters. So for every fiscal year, you can see the orange piece of it are the only dollars that we have available for operations. Everything else in blue is tied to capital and maintenance. Operating dollars means, what is operations? When we talk about operation costs, it means the cost for operators to run the buses, to run the trains. It means the cost of fuel, utilities, minor repairs and maintenance costs that we cannot use federal dollars because our contractors will not, sign off on all the federal documentation needed. It also means our liability insurance. So all those insurance that we pay for excess liability and property insurance, those come from operating dollars. It also means administrative staff, customer service, dispatching, security, all of that is operating dollars. The only thing that we can use for maintenance is basically maintaining the right-of-way, maintaining facilities, our facilities team, our right-of-way team, not a lot of costs that can be charged to maintenance. So you can see that every year we're talking about $120 million, but if you think about it in reality where we are today, is that our costs have been increasing every year for a combination of things. One of them is associated with the increased cost of living. Inflation itself is right now 2-3%. I would say that it is unrealistic to think that our costs, our operating dollars, 121, the inflation is going to be negative because costs always go up or stabilize but never go down. The other challenges that we're also facing on the operating standpoint is the district gets a lot of mandates from the federal or state government for capital investments for which we don't get operating dollars. One recent example that has come through the budget process is related to our hydrogen fleet. So we are going to be placing in service 35 hydrogen buses very shortly for a fuel cost for hydrogen, which today is very high. A mandate from the state to invest in clean energy, but yet we did not receive the dollars for hydrogen. The vision that the state had in mandating clean energy or zero emission fleet with the expectation that the supply will come after has not materialized. So right now, a lot of transit agencies, we are facing a shortage of hydrogen fuel that has to be trucked in from Nevada to the district at a very high cost because there's not enough manufacturers in California to supply all the hydrogen need because all the agencies are currently transitioning to this zero emission energy. The other challenge that we're facing as well is related to an area that Lori is very familiar with, which is the liability insurance. Excess liability insurance for the railroad. We are required to maintain, I think, over $400 million, Lori, of liability insurance. And
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit too, that
Yeah.
we are unable to secure liability insurance within the United States because of the threshold at 400 million. Our insurance is with an overseas company because we can't get in a company in the United States that will get to that threshold. And that's a federal requirement for that. That's the statutory.
And as a matter of fact, our last renewal, we had to get multiple insurance with multiple layers because there was not a single insurer that would cover the entire $400 million. So our last renewal, the increase was a little bit less than what we expected, but it was over 5%, I believe, which again, when we're looking at $120 million flat for the next 5 years, a 5% increase on a $10 million liability insurance. We don't know. It's every year has been increasing. We don't know where it's going. The way the insurance markets price insurance is really they look at the entire portfolio. So they're not looking at just claims for railroad. You've seen the big fires. I think that's the big unknown. The big fires that happened this past year in California. We will see that reflected in our insurance premiums because those insurance companies are going to have to recover those losses across the entire portfolio. So again, that's one of those risks that we don't know yet. We don't have our renewal until January or July. So again, you can see we have a lot of unknowns out there. The other thing is the issues related to the tariffs. You probably heard about that. Some vendors have already started factoring those in their cost. So intentionally, unintentionally, we're already seeing costs coming higher because again, there's an expectation that's going to be higher. So again, we have a lot of pressures happening. Calipers is potentially another risk area with the market underperforming. We could potentially have an increase on unfunded accrued liability, which means that we're going to have to contribute more towards the plan to get it funded. So again, we have almost like a perfect storm of all the things that are happening, but yet our funding constraints are pretty much limited. We don't have a lot of control over the funds that we can generate because over 80% of our revenues are coming from federal and formula funding, basically, right, sales taxes. So in this slide, what I wanted to show is what SANDAC projected last year was going to be the revenues associated with sales taxes from TDA and Transnet. These numbers were included in our fiscal year 2025 budget, but now are going to be revised for our fiscal year 2026 budget. So a few months ago, SANDAC came back to NCTD and MTS as well with revised estimates for sales tax revenue for the current fiscal year for the next 5 years. For this year, we are going to see a reduction of $1.7 million. And over the next 4 years is a $4 million reduction. So we're talking about $19.3 million less revenues in the next 5 years for these dollars that we're supposed to fund for operations. So again, these are the most flexible dollars. And this is when there's a hit on sales taxes, obviously there is less funding available for operations. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But it is the reflection of today's reality. Today I had an early call with the subcommittee of CFOs on the APTA, and we are not the only ones in this situation. It's really across the entire country, all the way from the East Coast and the West Coast. All the finance team and executive directors and CEOs, we are facing the reality that we have to put pressure on our budget. I know that we have been looking as well very closely to our existing vacancies. Those vacancies that have been open for a long time, we're revisiting. Some of them we actually had to cancel some positions in order to be able to get to that $20 million reduction that we'll be working on in the next few weeks before we present our proposed budget to the board in May. So with that said, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Before we go to board member questions, are there any public comments for this item?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. At this time, public registration to speak on this item will end. I know Vice Chair Sinello is raising his hand, so I'll start there, and then if anybody else has any, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Yoon. I was hoping that you had like one more slide that was good news before you got to the questions. But I do appreciate the transparency, and Sean, your leadership on that is very much appreciated as well. I was trying to follow along, lots of numbers, lots of categories and stuff. Was there a category that in all of that would capture potential revenue opportunities through future TOD transit-oriented developments? Is there any sort of revenue there, either through land leases or partnerships with the commercial opportunities that might come with some of that development?
That has not been included. Currently, we don't have a definite date on when those revenues are going to materialize. I think the last time that we got those estimates, they were not that significant for some of the stations. I think there was a higher number coming from the Oceanside Transit Center, but not as significant as for the other ones. So those are not included in those projections.
Okay, that's unfortunate. And then, this is interesting because for most of us who live in our city world, and I know every city they're set up a little bit differently. Some have their own water services and some don't. But this does remind me a little bit more of my 8 years that I spent at Vallecito's Water District before I was on the city council. And, water's, much like transit, is something that people, it's required, right? But yet, at the same time, we would, every year we did a cost of service study, right? And we would base our water rates based off of what it costs to serve our service area water. And we would have to raise our rates because every year, cost of everything goes up, labor, equipment, you name it, right? Water itself goes up. And so it seemed to me that the fare section of your graph there was pretty flat. Has there been any serious consideration about increasing fares to close that gap a little bit? And I don't want any of my colleagues to throw their water bottles at me. I'm not advocating for that, but I'm just saying that there's an issue here, right? And so if we're going to try to get to a solution to where we can maintain the services that we want to maintain, we're going to have to find this is really simple, right? We're either going to have to find additional revenue or we're going to cut services. It's as simple as that at the end of the day. And so why aren't we looking at fares as a way to increase that revenue?
So we are. The complication of being in a regional fare scenario that is led by Sandag can occasionally create some heartburn for us. So MTS is currently looking at a fare increase right now through a study that Sandag's doing. We've actually asked Sandag to do a very similar study for us, so that if MTS makes a change to their policy, especially as it relates to regional fares, we would probably bring a similar ask to the board, just so that there's continuity between the regional fare structure. I don't find reviewing the fare to be a bad thing. I think periodically it's required in our business. I think the thing that we have to be very careful of is in the absence of opportunity for lower income riders, we have to be thoughtful about where that fare kind of lands at. For us, I think we do a good job of that. We have the Youth Opportunity Pass, which gives kids the opportunity to get on the bus, essentially at no cost. So the folks that can pay and do pay, we probably need to reevaluate what that financial model is.
No, I understand. I know it's complicated and it could seem inequitable at times, but water is required for life, right?
Yeah.
And it's important to maintain the water systems to the highest level of quality so that every time somebody turns their faucet on, the water comes out and it's clean and safe and it's reliable. That comes at a cost, right? 24/7, that water has to come on. And And that cost is burdened by the people who are using the water. And so I don't quite understand why we're so reluctant. I know there might be some rules there that we have to work within some parameters, but transit comes at a cost too. And if we're not going to get the funding that we need from grants and from the state of California and the federal government, I think we're getting to a point where, based off of what I saw, over the next 3 to 5 years, if that money doesn't come in somewhere, then we're going to have to start taking transit away. And I don't know if that's a better option than charging more for transit. So I don't have enough information at this point to make that determination myself, but those are our options, it sounds like, unless at the very end of this, you're going to say abracadabra, we have the solution.
No, I would say, and I would offer too, that I don't think there's a reluctancy to do it. I think we just want to make sure we do it in a way that's, because I don't think we've raised fares in, how long has it been since we raised fares? 5, 6 years?
So, yeah, the
2017.
last change that we did not raise fare. As a matter of fact, the region implemented the fare capping system. So what actually that did is that decreased fares. Because it used to be where passenger would pay for the ride, or they had to buy a day pass or monthly pass in advance. Today, they just ride every day and they'll fare cap to the month. So before, if you bought a monthly pass and you rode only 10 days, we still got the monthly revenue. Today, if you ride 10 days, we only get that revenue for 10 days. So for the same fare. So actually, as a matter of fact, there was a reduction in fares. I'm glad that Sean brought out the Youth Opportunity Pass, because that program is going to fund it only through fiscal 2026 by SANDAG. And this year, we're talking about capital and operating dollars. SANDAG did not have operating dollars to pay for the Youth Opportunity Pass, and they gave us capital dollars. So again, we get more of the capital and maintenance, and we don't, so this year we have less operating dollars because of the Youth Opportunity Pass.
Yeah, and I think just based on that, I don't think it's a reluctancy for us. It's sort of going back and unwinding some of the things that were done to say, we think this is the right place to land on fares. Definitely something that we are looking at, especially with MTS looking at theirs.
And I'm not saying that fares are necessarily going to solve the problem alone. I just note, it was noticeable that it was very flat over the 4 or 5 year window that you showed us. And again, I don't know the answers. I don't know if more expensive transit's better than no transit, but that's kind of what we're looking at.
There's definitely a threshold of that. There's a formula that exists in our business that says for every X amount of percentage you raise a fare, you will lose X percentage of ridership. And it's been pretty standard in the industry. So like if we were gonna go 50 cents or 75 cents, like that would have some Title VI implications to it and would likely have some ridership implications. But sort of these incremental 10-cent quarter sort of look backs can generate some pretty decent revenue while at the same time not lose that ridership that we have.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member O'Hara and then Board Member Contreras.
Sure. So we actually had a conversation just like this recently at the marketing division for NCTD, and where I kind of echoed your sentiments. There is a balance of providing value and it costs. People take transit for the same reason they own a car, and what we want to encourage is them to have greater opportunity and expand their reach, to go to better opportunities, to make more money, to expand their footprint, to grow whatever their goals are in life. Hopefully, if we're able to provide a good service, it does provide them the opportunity to make more money and to help support that service so they can continue to increase that footprint of their own. And so I don't think that that's a bad idea, and I would encourage us to look at that. I think the sensitivity to our customers is huge, and I can feel Councilmember Joyce right behind me right now. No, but and he's right. He's also right. But it is something in our own prudence of what we're running, which is a bus business, a transit business, a train business. It is something we should look at as part of this. Again, with that sensitivity to our customers at the forefront. That said, looking at these numbers, it's only going to make a dent in it. And I think part of what we should be looking at is the honest question of how do you do more with less? And I know, and this is just an example, and then CNDS, we're looking at AI. And the AI isn't to replace anybody, it's actually to develop the tools that augment our abilities to do more with what we have. And I think in any business, you're always looking to do more with what you've got or what you know you're going to have, because the reality doesn't look like we're going to be able to change that. So, I would be as much looking to how we can do more with what we have, how we can avoid cutting services by maximizing that to provide that value. Because I think we are going to be in a hole, and there's going to have to be a compromise made there somewhere, whether it's cutting service or whether it's providing a small cost. And economically, I know there are regulations behind it, but economically, you have to be the cheapest cost. If we're getting down to facts of what drives people to get on the bus versus other activities. Again, I think we have a responsibility to be sensitive to our clients, but that is ultimately where we have to be to place ourselves in the marketplace.
Thank you. Board Member Contreras?
Yes, I wanted to respond to Vice Chair Sanella. I don't agree with the reluctancy to look at that, because we had a PAF commission meeting, and that's something that I advocated for, that we look at our fare structure, and we talked about fare evasion. So I know that, and that's something that you agreed and that everybody on the committee agreed to. So this is a conversation that will continue. And one of the reasons why I pushed for that was because of this issue that we're seeing before us with declining dollars to, service the entire service area. So we are going to be having those difficult discussions at PAF. And those discussions will then come to the board. So it's unfortunate, but it's something that we need to look at. And I don't think, because this service is so vital for individuals, we can't necessarily just look at everything as a business, right? Because, we're seeing that on the federal government side, that when you try and treat really important social programs in a business fashion, it actually ends up hurting people. And that's not something I think we want to do at this agency. But we do have to figure out how to balance the needs of the folks in our service area and the serious budget constraints that we have. And it might come in a myriad of different tools where we can alleviate some of the budget constraints with additional revenue, right? Even looking, how is there EV charging that we can put that, serves a dual purpose? There's, other naming rights. There's so many different things, especially because we have land under our purview. I just think that we're going to have to be really creative. We're going to have to be really concentrated on being collaborative, so that we can overcome this significant challenge that probably will only get worse. If we're being honest, the challenge of the budget is going to get worse. And it's probably going to get worse for all of us in our own jurisdictions, as well as with this agency. But there are real services that people require in order to stay healthy, to stay fed, to, connect to their employment, to connect to after-school activities, to connect to school. And we're going to have to be, we're not going to be going away, but we have to figure out how we overcome those significant challenges. And it just puts us in a much better position once the revenue maybe stabilizes or starts to increase, right? So I do look forward to having these difficult conversations, and it'll work its way through the board structure. And I'm really thankful that we have a board that does want to be proactive and work together so that we can make sure folks don't get hurt.
Thank you. Board Member Edson, and then Board Attendant Coleman.
So with these things in mind, and being raised today. With regard to YOP, at Sandag, there was a big conversation when it was looked at, and I know that I advocated for them to look for funding, continue to look for funding, and the importance of funding and the fact that our agency could not support YOP without that funding. There were a lot of nods around the table. There was nobody that disagreed that the program is good and that it in the end actually increases transit ridership, not just at the free level, but as they age out. So I thought that was really important to share. But also at the Transportation Committee meeting on April 4th, and Mary was there as well, there was a presentation by the tribal nations about hydrogen fueling stations and manufacturing facilities that was pretty interesting. Is it developed enough for us to say, oh yes, this is going to save us? I don't think so, but it was interesting, and it's so there may be some good things on the horizon with regard to reduction in hydrogen fuel.
Thank you. Board Alternate Coleman.
Yeah, real quick. I don't know if anyone's been following the City of San Diego budget, but we are at the point where we simultaneously have to increase fees while cutting services. So I'm sure NCTD doesn't want to be in that position. But as far as the fares conversation, does it have to be a flat rate, or can you do dynamic pricing?
We've talked about dynamic pricing. I've seen it in other areas. I think it, yeah, Coaster, yeah, I mean, Coaster sort of has it. It can occasionally be difficult to manage. I would say the one piece that is difficult in that conversation is that anything that we decide to do as an agency has to be in lockstep with MTS, because we've gone to a regional fare collection system. So for us to make a change to something that is a stark departure from what MTS is doing is going to require probably a significant rewrite of the back office, and may even require us to have our sort of our own standalone system. Right now, the reason it's set up the way it is so somebody could hop on, Coaster or Sprinter, jump on MTS. It's all just kind of seamless. It certainly doesn't suggest we can't do that. But I think when we get to the conversation as a board about what we want to do with our fare structure, one of the questions that we may need to tackle is, should we be a part of the regional fare system, or do we need to manage our own and let MTS manage their own? And there's some complications to that. There's some ease of customer utilization between the networks when you have that conversation, but I don't think that question's out of bounds at all, and we can definitely take a look at it.
Yeah, I know that we're going to have to be very creative with our revenue streams moving forward, and continue having the conversation about fares. But I do think if it's done right, dynamic pricing can kind of alleviate some of those concerns around fairness and equity as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board members? Board Member Joyce?
Is this the last topic for today? No, there's one more. Okay, I just wanted to, I just didn't know when we were like doing the circle back thing. So who mandates our insurance coverage at the level it is?
So that is through the federal government.
Okay.
It's statutory, and the whole structure really changed after some major Amtrak incidents.
Yeah, the freight railroads.
And presently, I think in order to meet the statutory cap, we have 13 layers of insurance that is acquired through various different insurance companies, through our broker, including, as Sean mentioned, offshore in the Bahamas and in London.
Seems totally on the up and up, no problem.
Yeah, so I'm actually right now.
For the record, we don't visit our insurance company.
So as Sean mentioned, I was appointed to the Surface Transportation Board's Passenger Rail Advisory Committee, and I was also thankfully appointed to the subcommittee on this whole liability issue. And is there another method, a pooling nationwide pooling method or something that can assist the railroads with this terrible issue. Because like Yoon mentioned, we haven't had a loss, thankfully, but we are at the mercy of everything else that's going on in the world that is impacting those markets. And so I think this year we can expect to see another increase. And it's becoming very difficult to find the insurance. Like I said, we have 13 layers this year.
Yeah, between freight rail and passenger rail, there have just been a few incidents that have occurred over the past decade that have really benchmarked the way that insurance is managed. And that's unfortunate, but the industry is sharing the burden of that as a result.
Jeez. Well, thank you for solving that issue. And then you mentioned that tariffs, we're already seeing some, I guess, hedging on the part of some of the goods that we're purchasing. What in particular is being most impacted?
I would say if you were out to go in general to bid for any contract, maintenance contract, you will see that some vendors are always starting to factor the price. It's a business decision, right? You have inventory that you have not paid tariffs on, but you still tackle the extra cost or the additional premium to cover yourself for the unknown, right? It's a real business decision. So you see that overall, not just here, you probably hear in the news, some people are, well, but tariffs are not yet in place, why are costs increasing? Because it's like inflation. Inflation is a mental state. It's an expectation.
Yeah.
Everyone is increasing the price. You increase the price because you think that your vendor is going to increase your pricing. So it becomes this, circle of never ending. So that is definitely going to put more pressure next year. It's definitely of a concern. We have quite a bit of capital projects. We use, materials, steel, our bus parts, we are facing potential increases in the cost of our bus parts because of the potential tariffs.
Yeah, the latest one we got was on our hydrogen bus order.
Yeah.
And they didn't say it was a for sure. They just said, buses are assembled in the United States as a function of Buy America. A lot of those parts or pieces of the parts that are assembled here come from other countries. So the tariff is sort of being blanketly implemented across the board on things like batteries for hybrid buses or batteries for our hydrogen fuel cells. Some of the electronic components, a lot of the electronic components are built overseas. So when those come in, they're having a tariff applied to them. And so they haven't really told us exactly what they think the impact's going to be yet, but they've definitely notified us that in case you're not watching the news, we might be increasing your price a little bit. So, and I think they've been thoughtful about it. We really haven't had too many people right out the gate that have said, here's your new price. I think we've just been generally told, we're keeping an eye on it and we want to let you know before you get a bill from us and you're like, hey, where'd that come from? So we'll know more once those things kind of
And as you
become
said,
static.
procuring new products, right, because contracts end, you will notice that you go out to procure, and then when the bids come in, they're going to be higher than they were last year.
Are we thinking strategically in maybe doing buys earlier than we potentially would have so that we're not?
Yeah,
I mean, I
definitely.
don't know how
So-
much better that is either, because who knows if a 90-day
Well-
pause turns into a 365-day pause. It just,
So like one of the conversations we've had on the bus transition is historically, and from my previous life when I worked in port logistics, we were all JIT, right? So like we're all just in time all the time. You don't want to overload your warehouse with stock because it's just money that's, getting pulled out of the bank, could be obsolete at some point in time. Frankly, in the bus industry, that was a huge issue about 10 years ago where we had this giant transition from these old Detroit diesels to the new Cummins engines or CNG technology. And people were writing off $500,000, $1 million worth of obsolete maintenance parts that they had in their warehouse because they bought tons of stuff and thought, man, we got to keep this around, right? Like the old hats in maintenance, they like holding on to stuff. They're keeping stuff in their lockers and, just in case Armageddon comes one day, they want to make sure they got the parts. But the one thing that's flipped, I think, over the past 5 years is now we're having conversations about, do we need to stock up on long lead time parts? Do we need to stock up on things that aren't necessarily built here in the States? we know we're going to have a 3 or 6 month lead time on those parts, and we're going to keep those buses for 10 years, what's the shelf life on the part max, and what's the happy medium we need to have to keep them in so that we're not seeing an increased cost in parts? So that shift has changed a little bit as we talk about transitioning bus in-house. What parts do we really need? How soon should we get them? How long should we keep them around for? Yoon does not like that conversation, but it is happening.
Okay. And then I just would ask, what is the fiscal hit to us on the Youth Opportunity Pass? I guess, like, how much does it cost for us to?
The revenue that we were getting was $1.2 million, 1,233,240 or something like that, about $1.2 million from
That-
Sandag.
And so that is to cover their rides on the
Yeah.
transit, I guess?
That's the revenue that we lost by giving free fares to the youth.
Is that calculated on youth that would have ridden it anyway without the Youth Opportunity piece being, or with the folks that have taken it up with the Youth Opportunity Pass and then taking away the revenue that they would have generated?
Well, it was the projected revenue of the revenue that we had collected had those youth paid for their fares.
Okay, so that's kind of like a double move, right?
Mhm.
Sorry, I haven't been in all the Youth Opportunity
It
Pass.
can be. I
Yeah.
can give you a perspective on that. At the last agency I was at, we were very strategic about who got fare discounts. And then during my 7 years there, we actually increased our fares, actually lowered it once during COVID, but we increased, we had board approval to do an incremental increase every year for 5 years to try to reinstate to a certain space that we were in. It was very strategic. But the thought process behind that was, if we were generating $100,000 a year in youth revenue, and X amount of youth rode the bus, when the youth became free, how many more kids rode the bus? And there's a formula to that, right? Like there's a value to that. Now that value you have to take and go figure out who else believes in your value system and get some cash from them. And that's the piece that I think we maybe have not, that we need to explore beyond Sandag. Because, and I want to say, like, I really appreciate Mario's leadership. Like, since Mario has been at the helm of Sandag, there's just this is a different version of Sandag that's going on over there. I think he thinks a lot like we do. I think he thinks, he's very global about what he wants as an organization. But on the flip side, I think it's irresponsible for an organization to say, hey, youth opportunity, let's let all the kids ride free, and then the next year be like, hey, we don't have any money for you. That's a problem, because we committed to the communities that we were going to do a pilot to let the kids ride free, and now you're telling agencies that they're going to have to burden that cost. And that puts us in a weird spot, because I don't want to go out and have to tell somebody's parent that their kid can't ride the bus anymore to get to school. So now we have to redirect, and our redirect is we either have to go to the school district, or we have to have conversations, which we're doing now. Behind closed doors, we're having a lot of conversations with the school districts about what challenges do you have? How can our planning team help them out? Is there a value to our partnership, and is there a monetary piece that we can sort of shore up with that? I think to the vice chair's point, like, where else are we looking for these revenue opportunities, right? So I think we'll get there, you know, and I love that Sandag put that program together, and I appreciate their goal, but I think it was tough for us to see that go for 1 year, and then in year 2, when we start to see the success of the project, say, sorry, we don't have any more funding for that. You know, and we'll be able to figure that out, but there is a value to providing that opportunity to our youth. We just have to figure out who wants to help us in that endeavor to shore up the gap.
Anything else, Board Member Joyce?
Not yet. After
Okay.
he speaks, maybe.
I know Board Member Garcia had his hand raised. I saw Board Member Edson, and then did I see yours too, Board Member O'Hara?
Yeah, but I'll go last.
Okay, so we'll
then I
go,
cover what I want.
we'll go Garcia, Edson, O'Hara.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I'd like to chime in for a few minutes. The Youth Opportunity Pass, I happened to be at Sandag for that meeting, and it was, I think, I would say it was pretty as clear as it can get to be a mandate to staff to find funding for that. It was a very, very positive discussion from the members, different experiences and things. Escondido is if not the highest, one of the highest areas with ridership of our NCTD system. And what I hear from my constituents in the city overall is the reality is that it's not just the cheapest option, but it's actually, in their case, sometimes the only option. And that is that balance that we try to find, right? That's what's really, really hard because as mentioned by one of my colleagues, it may have been Ms. Contreras, Director Contreras, that mentioned that, you know, we're dealing with this at our local levels too. And making those decisions are not easy and they're not popular. And I think that we're heading towards a moment where we are going to have to figure out creative ways and different ways for our fare structures. CalPERS, I mean, the market underperforming when you think that you just got a handle on it and then all of a sudden it's different. So with all of those things, I want to thank staff and leadership for bringing this forward for us to begin to have these discussions now, because we need to start putting our thinking caps on and figuring out what we need to do. So when reality gets a lot tougher, we're in a place to be able to survive, make decisions, and at the same time find the best way to be able to encourage and help those that this may be their only option. For me, like we joked about Sprinter today. I said, I made it. He said, you made it, Sean. And I was like, yeah, I made it. He said, oh, came on the Sprinter. I was like, no, because the last 3 times I've gone on the Sprinter, it breaks down, right? So, I was like, no, but I have the option to get in my car and drive. But there are my constituents that just don't. And those are some of the really hard things that we have to deal with. And I want to thank the board too, because we're having this discussion and we can be open about it and figure out what we're going to do. So thank you to leadership, thank you to the board, but it's probably closer than we may think it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Edson, and then I have Board Member O'Hara, and then Vice Chair Sanella.
All right, thank you. So some of the things that people have brought up, like Board Member Coleman, for example, philanthropic organizations. So to me, something like YOP, that's a heart one, right? So if there's Bloombergs and there's Qualcomms and there's, deep pockets that might be interested in something, that's something that's pretty cool and popular and looks good, right? Having come out of that corporate world, I know the types of things that they're more interested in investing in. My other thought was things like more bus wraps, and or train wraps and getting actually money, making it, I know that Losan got some pretty good money out of train wraps. So it's all these things that we can consider just to generate more money.
Thank you. Board Member O'Hara?
Yeah, I was curious, we haven't really touched on our legislative outreach, and are we adjusting that to maybe oppose things? I know oppose support, depending on which side of the conversation you're on, it's the same. But are we looking at, as much as we look at to support certain items, are we looking to oppose items that will help bring our costs down or bring, oppress the opportunity to give us less?
Yeah, I think we do. I would say, from my seat, I've been pretty fortunate to sit on some of our partners that Mary threw up on the board. I'm actually on the executive committee for the American Public Transportation Association, and I'm currently the president of the Bus Coalition. We advocate for legislative change, and I got to give a lot of credit to really the staffers in DC that sort of build these bills. They do hear what we're saying. Some of it is, all politics is local, but, I think they hear what we're saying. And I think this administration specifically has been a little forthcoming that some of our regulations have hindered our ability to be the best version of ourselves, especially as it relates to projects. From the federal transit side, I think, I'll throw Sandag a bone here. I think Sandag does a pretty good job sometimes of getting a project to the point where it's ready to go, and then they get hindered by some federal regulation, and it inflates the project by $5 or $10 million, right? And so what a waste of local money match that is to a federal match when we could have just built that project. Now, I don't want to disassociate that from things like, yes, we need to have an environmental process that's stable. Yes, we need to be able to justify Title VI implications of projects. But there's so many things that are baked into a project at the federal level. And I can only give an example from my previous life that we built a third bus rapid transit line only with local dollars because we did not want to deal with the FTA headache. So we knew we would be able to get a state match that was pretty close to what we might have gotten from the feds in a small start CIG program, and funded the rest with local money that was in the bank, because we knew we would get it done like probably 12 months faster and cheaper. And so those are definitely the types of things that we're looking into from a legislative perspective. Mary, I don't know if you want to jump in since you walked up.
Yeah, just to give specific examples. So in the federal surface transportation reauthorization, we're definitely going to be looking at, especially since this administration is going to be interested in streamlining processes and in some instances lowering our costs. The National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA. I'm probably getting that acronym wrong, but they're looking heavily at ways to streamline that. So to Sean's point, we can do these projects quicker. We still want to make sure that all of the environmental due diligence is done, but it can be done in a streamlined manner. And we're also, Lori is solving the liability cap issue at PrAC, but in case she doesn't, the Commuter Rail Coalition also has that top of their radar for the surface transportation reauthorization as well. So, and part of the legislative platform that the board approved in December allows NCTD to oppose anything that has an unfunded mandate attached to it.
Yeah, I would say the interesting space for us as it relates to the legislative portion is, as an owner of the railroad, that provides us a whole different kind of leverage that we wouldn't normally have as a public transit agency. And so it gets us into other doors that we historically would not have been able to get into to talk about regulation. So we can kind of have two conversations at once with a wider group of individuals. So it's always nice to kind of have that in our back pocket. We do. We do. You know what? We need the head signs on the bus to say, "Hey, we own the railroad."
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. Vice Chair Sanella?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address a couple of things, because first and foremost, like, I didn't want it to come across that I'm anti-transit or that I'm suggesting that we should either reduce services or end some services. I do believe it's very important. I do understand and can appreciate that people do depend on it. I mean, I related it to drinking water. That shows you how much I value transit, because drinking water is pretty important too, right? And I would just wanted to respond to Board Member Contreras. I probably used the wrong word when I said reluctant. I do remember the PATH meeting. You were a strong voice for doing the responsible thing and taking a hard look at the fares. Instead of saying reluctant, I probably should have said the trend on the graphs wasn't increasing. So maybe there wasn't that reluctancy, and that was the wrong word, and I apologize. But I do like Board Member Coleman and Contreras. You both came up with ideas that kind of, popped the light bulb in my head with regards to the dynamic pricing idea. I think that's something that we can take a harder look at. And then I do like the idea of doing naming rights. You mentioned, Board Member Contreras. I like that as well. And so I didn't want my colleagues to think that I don't have an appreciation for the importance of what we're doing here and the services that we're offering the public. But we do have some pretty harsh realities. And if you haven't noticed over the first 3 or 4 meetings that I've been on this board, I'm kind of black and white when it comes to finances and the realities of how it requires money to be able to provide these services. And I want to continue to do, and I said this probably at every single meeting that we've been at, I want to do the most we can for the most people. But knowing that we have limited resources. If resources were unlimited, we'd be having a whole different conversation, right? And so I just didn't want my colleagues to think, and our staff, who they're probably I have 11 employees that directly report to me and 200 people that report under them in my private sector job, right? And when we have these types of conversations, which have to happen, and unfortunately in this type of environment, they happen in the public, right? I can just imagine, I see my employees at my day job sitting out there and seeing numbers like this, and I worry about them too, right? And what they're thinking. And so we have to make the right decisions, not just for the public, but also for everybody that's sitting in this audience right now. And I hope that we do that. And it sounds like we're having a really good conversation around that. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and then comments as well. So, and if anyone else has any more after that, feel free to raise your hand. And one of the things I know you talked about, and it sounds like we've had a pretty robust discussion around fare structure and what that's going to look like for us. And one thing that you mentioned, Mr. Donaghy, was, considering whether we should be part of the regional fare system. Obviously, we're not discussing that today, and we can't go into too much detail on that. But I guess the question for me would be, when could we potentially discuss that? And then when we do discuss it, is it possible for us to have a pretty clear-cut pros and cons on, whether if we did move forward with doing it independently, what that would look like, whether we stayed within the network, what that would look like, and then, of course, just kind of seeing a breakdown of things.
Yeah, I think that could be done pretty immediately. I mean, I don't think it's out of bounds to have that conversation when we talk about the fare structure. I think if we're really going to have a conversation about what we want the fare to look like, we have to walk through and check all the boxes on, this is why we're part of the regional fare structure. These are the benefits of having that. These are the cons to having that. Here's what it would look like if we had to move off of that structure and go to our own sort of managed structure. So we could definitely do that. I think we had that lined up for the next meeting.
Yeah, so we're going to have as you mentioned, we're working with MTS and SANDAG to participate in a fare study. And so this will look at a variety of different scenarios, including decreasing fares. It'll be able to provide our board, MTS's board, and SANDAG's board as the administrator of the regional fare ordinance at what all of those, the benefits and drawbacks of each of those are. I think when we're talking about participation in the regional fare system, a lot of folks, I think the pros are a lot higher than the cons, in the sense that, as particularly at the state level, there's a push for more integration of fares at a greater level, so it's less confusing for the customer going between the trolley and the coaster. So through the fare study, we're going to be looking at all different types of scenarios, and so we can definitely have that conversation. I'll have to take a look back and
We
see
had
when
that
it's
set up at the
agendized.
next PAF meeting, or was it the, which one
Yes,
was it?
next PAF meeting.
Next PAF meeting, yeah.
Great, thank you. And then I think the other piece that I just wanted to touch base on was with regards to the dynamic pricing, which it's, thank you for bringing that up, because I had the exact same question that you had brought up. And it was around, I think it was years ago when I first started, one of the things that I had asked was around, I'm assuming in some way, shape, or form, obviously without getting too much personal information, we do have some information regarding the ridership and who's riding in terms of their background, like socioeconomic status, et cetera, in order to be able to make some of those decisions when it does come before us, just to ensure that when we do create, quote unquote, this sliding scale, that we're doing so in a manner that would be equitable.
I think that that is gathered only through surveys, not through passenger counts. But
Yeah, SANDAG for the region conducts the onboard survey every 5 years, and so the most recent one was this past year. And they create reports for each mode within the county, and then a county-wide kind of look at the different demographics. So we have a lot of really great information on our onboard survey.
Okay, and when will we get to see that?
Yeah, we can certainly incorporate that in a future meeting, and it'll be part of the fair discussion as well.
Okay, yeah, I feel like, gosh, it must have been, I mean, I know you were here, maybe Katie and a few others, Lori, maybe you all remember, but we did have a similar discussion to this, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm glad that we're having it again. Obviously not great circumstances, but at the same time, glad that we're having it again, because I do think it's important for us to discuss it. One of the things that and thank you, one of the things that as we continued to talk about fares and revenue and all these different operations and all of that, it comes down to, it's like that whole chicken and egg thing again, right? When we were talking about like wanting to make this the preferred option for folks, it's that frequency piece. But then it comes back down to making sure we have enough money to operate. And so that whole problem, which I'm assuming when we get to the next item, we can dig a little bit deeper, but it sounds like that operations money is critical for us to be able to continue to want to push for, that increased frequency and hopefully not increasing fares to an extent where it's difficult for folks to have to make a decision as to whether or not they're taking transit. So I just wanted to, I had drawn this little circle because as we were talking, I was like, okay, well, this is all it's interconnected, obviously, but it comes down to that whole frequency piece. But again, what we can do as legislators, and obviously, what we can do is continue to advocate for that piece. And we'd love to hear, how we can help you all do that. I'm hearing that that's loud and clear of an issue that we have and something that we need to focus on. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. And as we go into the next discussion, maybe when you lead it off, Sean, I know you all highlighted a few different things, but anything else before we move on to the next discussion? Yeah.
You said 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and I thought, oh, there was a discussion at one point about Metrolink and NCTD, going a little more into each other's territories, that maybe perhaps that would, from an operations standpoint, you've got crews anyway, you've got trains running, that was a way to fill gaps and especially if there was a reduction in service necessary. Did that just die in the vine and things got better? It got dropped? Is it still out there?
So Metrolink actually has reduced their service to our area. I think they're down to 4 trains a day now, 5, something like that. I received, I got a message from Senator Blake Spear, Darren Kettle and I did a few weeks ago, just saying, hey, when can we resurrect this conversation? And I was pretty honest with her that we were ready to do some of those things until San Clemente had the shutdown. So I don't think those are out of the realm for us as we talk about coaster service. The trick is there's a formula that resides on who gets money for operating service in which corridors. I'm not convinced that the LA metropolitan area and/or Orange County is going to be very forthcoming with their formula dollars if we're running in their corridor. And those are the conversations that we're going to have in real time. Like, we're not just talking about running a train on Padres Angels Day, right? We're talking about a sustained service northbound to Anaheim or to Irvine that would run every day, a couple times a day, 5 days a week, 7 days a week. I don't know what it is. But the back office on that is who generates that revenue from the federal level and the formula funding. And right now, there's a reluctancy, I think, for the other agencies to be like, sure, here you go. Because they're running reduced service and still getting credit for some of the dollars. And I totally appreciate that perspective. I was in that position at one point in time, and it was tough for me to sort of get to the next piece. But I think, I give Metrolink a lot of credit. They're definitely open to having that conversation and sort of talking about the cross service. So I think we'll get there.
Thank you. Okay, we've had a pretty robust discussion on this, and we are more than 2.5 hours into our meeting. So I'm actually going to say that we're going to take about a 12-minute break so that we can be reconvening at 4:50. So with that, everyone can take a little stretch break, a bathroom break, and then we'll come back at 4:50. Take their seats. I know we're back online. And so if everyone could take their seats, that would be awesome. All right. Perfect. So I know we've had a pretty awesome, robust discussion. We've gotten a great overview of all of the different things that are going on in our current climate. So for this last item on the agenda, Mr. Donaghy is going to provide an introduction, and then the board will share their input on any current and future initiatives that we'd like NCTD to push forward. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to Mr. Donaghy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This one, I'll try to move through it as quickly as possible. Kind of the idea behind this is we hit you with a lot of information today. I kind of want to give these sort of very specific action items that we're kind of working through right now that correlate to what we talked about today, and a little bit of update on some of where we are organizationally. And then kind of as we go through those, just kind of wanted to give a last opportunity for board members to say, hey, I really think, well, we need to look at this, or there are things that are specific to your city or jurisdiction that you may want us to move forward with. So just on an agency initiatives part, and I think we talked about this a little bit, we talk about mode share, we're really talking about creating alternatives. That's kind of a big deal for us because I think there's sort of I think in our industry, I've seen where agencies are really trying to just remove people from their car, and that is not what our objective is. Our objective is to provide alternatives to driving for people who would like to see alternatives, and also have a robust transit network for those who utilize our service every day. So I think that's a big piece for us. I always like to state that publicly because I don't want people to think that our initiatives are directly tied to trying to pull people from their cars. I've actually been asked that in the past, in previous lives. That's not our objective here. We're just trying to provide alternatives as alternatives arise to the current mode share that exists. The agency's brand is a huge deal for us. I can only say from my 1 year, few months plus here, that we have done a little bit of hiding in the shadows, I think. We have not pushed our agency's brand forward in the light that I think we should have. I think we have some amazing employees working behind the scenes that do excellent work. I think our brand can help push other community projects forward. And so part of our initiative over the past year has really been to focus our energy on what our brand stands for. Very similar to the brands that our cities have, very similar to the brand that the county has, very similar to brands that are around us. We want our brand to be synonymous with the excellence of North County. And the only way that we can do that is to get out and be more involved in community engagement, be a lot more thoughtful about our equipment and what it's being used for. We've seen this year, we've engaged in a lot more parades, city events. We're going to continue to do those things. But equally, as we look at the budget, we have continued to put a little more monetary value on pushing the agency's brand. That's a big deal for us because I think one of the things we talk about a lot is safety and security on our equipment, safety and security at our stations. I think we've done a good job of beefing up our security. I'm really trying to change the narrative on what public transit is and what it isn't. And so we want to continue that by making sure that our brand is exactly what it should be, that our employees are seen in the best light and treated correctly, and that the brand itself is identifiable with our board and with our employees, and that's a huge deal for us. So we're going to keep pushing that forward. On the capital project side, I think one of the things I heard loud and clear from the board through my onboarding process and the first couple months I was here is we tend to bring a lot of capital projects to the board. I'm very concerned about what are the outcomes of capital projects. Are we just doing capital projects for the sake of capital projects? When we do TOD projects, what is the benefit? What's the ROI to not only the community? What revenue will the community generate off of a TOD? But how will the agency benefit from that TOD? I'm always looking into sort of the business aspect of projects like that, especially when it relates to us relinquishing control of land that we own. Like that's our asset. And I want to make sure that the cities benefit from whatever that project is, and that we as an agency will benefit from whatever that project is. So the long-winded version of that is we've kind of slowed down a little bit how fast we've been moving into capital projects. We know we have Escondido. We know we have a few along the Sprinter line, Carlsbad Village. We know we have OTC. We've really sort of slowed down after that point to make sure that we're doing the right thing as we move forward. The projects that are already in the queue and have been approved, we're going to push them through. If they make sense, we're still reevaluating them. Just because they've been approved and pushed forward doesn't mean we're not making adjustments. It doesn't mean that we're not reevaluating to make sure that they're useful to the agency. But that's been a little bit of a shift in initiative for us as we kind of move forward. Outsourcing. One of the things that I think the agency has done a really good job of over the past year is historically this agency outsourced a fair amount of work, specifically with consultants. In the past year and 3 or 4 months or so, we have really pulled back the utilization of consultants to the tune of millions of dollars. We have asked our folks in-house to manage those on their own accord. As you know, rail and bus operations were both outsourced at one point in time. Rail was brought in-house a few years ago. We're really starting to see the benefit of having that rail operation in-house. And bus operations will be in-house on July 1st. And really, for me, having those brought back into the agency kind of walks into our insourcing piece, which is controlling the agency function and outcomes. We're not just paying a third party to manage what we think they should be doing. They represent, those employees represent our brand. That department and function represents our brand. We need to fully control it so that we can determine the outcomes of what's happening around the organization. And it kind of goes back to NCTD as an agency historically was a facilitator and not necessarily a doer because we had rail and bus outsourced. So our employees internally were primarily facilitating the contracts that existed between our outsourced agencies and us. And now the shift, and I give a lot of credit to our team, they're doers now. Like they're the ones that are in charge of making the decisions that are impacting the budget, that are impacting our service. And that's really what we want. We want full control of everything that we're doing internally so that we can manage the expectation that we have for the agency and for the board. And so, thankful to the teams who have been doing that and managing those things. On the staffing front, we have reorganized a few times over the past year. We have reduced some of our top-level leadership when opportunities present themselves, either through resignations or potential opportunities to reorganize. We have shifted that money or those positions back down to frontline positions as needed or other places in the organization where they're determined. I would say that the insourcing of bus and rail have provided us opportunities to potentially find overlap and move those positions to other places where we need them. We've done a pretty good job over the past year and a half or so of managing our staffing levels. If and when necessary, departments are starting to really cross-utilize resources a little better now that we have most of our operations in-house. By doing that, we've been able to reduce our FTE counts in a function to try to keep the budget in a space where we need it to be. And we've been really fortunate to bring in some great leaders really throughout the entire organization that have helped us do some of the things. And I think you saw that on the front side of the meeting today, where there are several of our executives who have a lot of responsibility, a lot of different departments. And that's by design. We want our folks at the front line to feel empowered to do the things they need to do, and we've got the right leadership to do that. So I'm very thankful for the group that does that. So on our critical NCTD objectives, and this is kind of the piece that I would tell you we're pushing forward with. If the board has some concerns about that, we need that feedback. On the legislative side, we really need the board to support us on potential legislative changes. We are putting those together right now as we speak. Probably would have had some of them done, except for we're waiting to see what may happen at the federal level with some of the changes to the executive orders. And we really need to strengthen our relationships. I will say, over the past year, we've really hit the road and tried to have a lot of conversations, and kudos to Mary. And I'll throw some credit out to Chris Orlando when he was here too, that the three of us hit the road and we really did everything that we could to try to strengthen relationships that we had, not only at the state level, but at the DC level, so that our name is out there. I will say the one thing that I think we suffer from a little bit is we're not a household name. And we're starting to become a household name at the national level, at the state level, in DC. People know who we are now. And that's important because when we're trying to acquire grant opportunities or we're looking at other funding sources in partnership with SANDAG or MTS, we have to be equally regarded in that equation so that everyone's getting top dollar value when we're sitting in that room. Partnerships for us, I know we've talked about it before. I know we talked about it last year at the meeting, but we really, as an agency, need to reevaluate what our relationship is with SANDAG. I very much appreciate Mario's leadership, and I like what SANDAG does from an MPO perspective. I do have concerns over them being tied to how they manage our money. And not because I think that something's happening with the money, I just don't like there being an intermediary. I would prefer that the agency do those things on its own. California is interesting in that I've not really seen a setup like California where the legislature wants the MPOs to handle that financial piece of it. Almost every other place I've worked, it was regional. So the transit agencies brought that money in together, had an agreement with the region, whatever the FTA region was, and we decided how that money was going to get split up. And then the MPO also got money in that equation too, but the MPO's role was to drive capital projects, either state of good repair or opportunities for air quality improvement or bridge infrastructure, stuff like that, stuff that we can be involved in from a transit perspective. We have a great relationship with MTS. Always like to give a big thanks to Sharon Cooney, CEO over there. She does a great job. We're very thankful that some employees that work here used to work there. Some employees work there used to work here. So we've got a lot of lifelines when we call and have good conversations. In fact, when the earthquake happened the other day, we were all on the phone with each other, like, hey, how can we help each other out? And so definitely appreciate that relationship. MTS is going to be a huge partner for us going forward, especially with how they sort of manage their own RTPA. If we sort of want to mirror that or if we want to go down that road at some point in time, I think we have a good test case down the road to sort of pick their brain a little bit about what's happening. North County stakeholders is a big one for us. It kind of goes back to our community relationships. I think we've made a very dedicated effort to get out to talk to city managers. We made a very dedicated effort to get out and build relationships with the economic development councils and really let them know what we're about. And I think the most important part of that relationship is not necessarily, hey, I'm Sean, can you get me some money? It's, hey, we're North County Transit. We want to support initiatives that you have in your city. How can we help you just as much as we think you're going to help us? And that's a big deal. I think that's kind of lost in the grand scheme of things. So we're going to continue to push forward those. But we are having conversations internally about what, decoupling might not be the right word, but how do we sort of manage ourselves differently in relation to how SANDAG and NCTD have a relationship? And how do we really focus that back to an MPO transit provider relationship versus a singular entity in the region that manages everything? I think, it will require all of us, including other SANDAG board members that don't reside in North County, to sort of have those conversations in real time. So we talk to those folks periodically as well while we're having conversations about other projects. In case you haven't heard, we do own a railroad. We are the railroad of record here in San Diego. We own the Escondido subdivision, east-west, and we own the San Diego subdivision all the way to Orange County, up to Fallbrook. So what does that really mean for us? Well, as we've already talked about, and I'll just touch on them very briefly, that our goal, our mission is to continue to have good federal positioning as it relates to our role as an owner of a railroad. Anything that we could benefit from as a function of being an owner of a railroad, we're gonna try to get it. We're gonna attack it. Amtrak and Metrolink, great partners. We're gonna continue to build our relationships with them and thankful for the work that our friends at LoSan do as well. And then BNSF and the military obviously are kind of the other two big pieces of that. BNSF has been a really good partner of ours. I think occasionally we butt heads because they have a lot of freight they want to run, and we have a lot of passenger service that we want to run between Amtrak, Metrolink, and Coaster and our Sprinter line. And so I think it's, while occasionally we reach stalemates on stuff, I will say they've been very good partners at trying to find a way to help navigate when we want to run Sprinter service for events at Front Wave, a couple days a week, kind of these one-off deals. They're going to be pivotal to really helping us solve our Sprinter line problems, both on the PTC aspect of it and also helping us expand and double track. So thankful for their relationship, and we're going to continue forward with that. The big initiatives for us, really out of this critical objective piece, which we've kind of talked about, that are specifically related to the funding, are our intention is to continue to push forward and have conversations and build a plan for the legislative changes we need to look at other funding sources. Doesn't mean we're not going to manage low-hanging fruit that we may have locally between some of the naming rights opportunities and other things locally that we can do, talking to the school districts and some of the other stuff. But the legislative change is the big one for us. Once we get that, once we sort of push forward with that and we get the support on it, it gives us a few years to sort of get that in the pipeline, get it through, and then decide as a board what the best next course of action is once we've got that done. I think we would likely have some examples we would take to our partners in Sacramento and just say, this is what this would potentially look like if we could get some of these changes so that they have an idea of what we're looking at while we're there. And then really that Sandag piece is a big one. And I don't want to make it seem like we're not thankful for the work that Sandag does. We are. I just think as we continue to grow as a public transit agency and MTS continues to grow as a public transit agency, we need to be able to manage our own activities a little better in our own projects when applicable, and have Sandag really with us as a partner, as a true MPO. I think they do some great work down there, and thankful for what they do, but we really need to explore what we want this agency to be, especially on behalf of North County. So that's kind of where we are. The last piece I just kind of wanted to put out there, because I know we've been here a long time today, is if there's anything that we sort of missed, or that the board, after hearing the presentations today, is like, this is really the direction, like, maybe not necessarily the direction, but if this is, here's something that I took away from today that I would like for you to jump into and take a look at and bring it back to us at a later date. I was reluctant to kind of ask for that early on, only because for some of our board members that haven't been here, there was a lot of information today that I don't think we always make super public. And this had a lot of sort of inside baseball on how we sort of function as an organization. And so I didn't want that to get clouded with past conversations that we've had that we want to continue to further forward. Like, we're already doing that. We're going to continue to push forward with the things that have previously been asked for. This is just sort of a little bit of a redirect on where we are currently. So I would just kind of open it up to any sort of questions or opportunities that the board has for us to kind of push forward.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. I know I have to ask for public comments before I turn to our fellow board members.
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. At this time, public registration to speak on this item will end. All right, so we'll go ahead and open it up for discussion and feedback. I know I have some things to say, but I'll wait. I know you all generate some ideas sometimes, so anybody want to go first? All right, board member, it looks like board member Edson and Contreras are deciding who should, so.
I always like to, just starting at one end and going the other way. But anyway, thanks, Sean. Really appreciate all of that. I know that just kind of jumping into your positive relationship with the cities and the need to reevaluate the relationship with Sandag. With regard to that Sandag discussion, I think that we had this once in the past, or there were some questions around, and I'm thinking back to something that board member Jenkins said in the past, or asked in the past, which was, what does it mean to us when Sandag receives the funding for one of our projects? And, what kind of a cut do they take, for lack of a better term. And so I was pretty surprised at the economic hit to those projects that comes from having that middleman kind of relationship. So I thought it might be important to share. But in addition, with regard to the positive relationship with cities, there's a transit bill out there called SB 79, and it's pretty upsetting to a lot of cities, and even it adds to the ever-increasing loss of local control that we've had that's been resulting from the housing bills coming out of Sacramento, and it's kind of a perfect example of what's happening. I don't know how the agency feels about it, but I'd certainly be more than happy to share how I feel about it and how my city feels about it. I can do that here, or I can do that in private with you.
No, I would definitely welcome the comments on that. I would state from the agency's perspective, I won't say I was confused by it. I think from a transit seat, I understand the thought process behind the bill. I'm not totally sure that it was executed in a way that is good for everybody. For us, in our case, we would never try to act in that sense, just based on our board policy. We would never be able to act in that sense without coming back to the board. So I don't know if that bill has a lot of legs to it unless organizations have board policies that say, here you go, run off and build some stuff, right? We clearly don't. When we move forward with TOD projects or we move forward with projects that are specific to our land, barring small construction items or state of good repair, we would absolutely bring that to the board because we want the board to have some concurrence on why we would venture into something kind of like that.
Well,
Sorry, if I could just interject, could one of you just share, I know because I know I was emailed about it as well, or Ms. Dover, if you'd like to, just what the bill is, because if the public's watching, I just want to make sure that they're aware of what SB 79 is. Yeah.
I'm ready to tell them.
Okay.
I'll give a brief
Either way.
overview and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in as brief terms as possible, SB 79 was introduced by Senator Wiener, and essentially it introduces a streamlined ministerial review for projects that meet a certain type of TOD criteria. So whether they're, and this is where it gets a little convoluted, and we've asked California YIMBY for some more information, as well as the author. Transit projects in high-frequency corridors, medium-frequency corridors, and low-frequency corridors, and then there's I believe it's 3/4 of a mile around that, they would be eligible for a ministerial approval at the entitlement level. We've asked what that means and haven't gotten a really clear answer. So that is broad, and if there are any questions from this board that we can reach out to the author or some of the proponents of the bill, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, and I would say, I don't know I think this is a little bit of an expansion off of something that transit already kind of has. At a very infinitesimal level, transit, when it purchases land, has the opportunity to not necessarily, like when we go to a city and we say, hey, does this make sense? Like the best example I can give you is we bought property down on across from our West Division. And we sent that information over to the city of Oceanside and said, our intent is to turn it into a parking lot. And they said, here's the 10 reasons why that doesn't fall within the objectives of the city. However, because you're a transit authority, you can make it a parking lot. So there's a carve out. Now, we wouldn't do that without coming to the board and saying, hey, we bought this land and we bought it with the intention of making it a parking lot because we don't have any space to park our vehicles at West Division. This is sort of on a more grand scale. This is like, if you had land and you wanted to build a 10-story max development, 7? Yeah, then you could do that. And I just like, it's tough for me to envision a scenario where a transit CEO would put their self out on the line by doing that without talking to their board. That'd be kind of crazy. But it's an interesting bill, but I would love to hear.
Well, I understand that not all transit agencies are made up of elected officials. some of them have appointed boards, some of them have separately elected boards. But in our case, we're made up of representatives from the jurisdiction. And whether from a small coastal city like mine or a larger city, as local electeds, we have a responsibility to ensure that our city services and infrastructure support the needs of our constituents. Control over how and where our cities develop makes a difference. In our case, my city's case, SB 79 would not only disregard compliance with and completion of our state mandated housing elements, but would also bestow land use authority to both transit agencies and other private property owners without requiring any coordination with the city. SB 79 significantly extends housing streamlining in a manner that's harmful to both current and future residents by forcing cities to approve TOD projects near specified transit stops that are up to 7 stories high with a density of 120 homes per acre without regard to the community's needs, without environmental review, and without public input. While Solana Beach Station meets the bill's requirement for a Tier 3, or for Tier 3, it is a limited use station. With the exception of when the Padres are cranking out winds, like right now, it typically supports visitor serving transit access on weekends and holidays. Of course, there's a little commute, but it's not the bread and butter there. But it's that visitor serving transit access on weekends and holidays that's really what our station represents. And it's specifically for people visiting our beaches or attending seasonal events at Del Mar Fairgrounds. The Solana Beach City's transit station is also not in a centralized location like what you typically find in large cities or urbanized communities, and as such does not reflect that high commuter population of use. Sorry, I'm on a soapbox moment. So as proposed, SB 79 would create a significant disconnect between public services, public facilities, and the infrastructure necessary to support current and future residents. It would forego requirements such as water supply assessment and educational facility planning. Most alarmingly, SB 79 defies cities' general plans. Instead, it provides transit agencies and adjacent privately owned properties land use authority and an exemption under CEQA, regardless of the distance from a transit stop and whether or not projects are transit related. What started out as a widely recognized and well-supported need to build more housing, especially more at low and middle income levels, which I believe that we all support, has morphed into the state favoring developers over communities in the form of bills like SB 79. State-driven ministerial by-right housing approval processes like those contained in SB 79 will not spur the much-needed housing construction in a manner that supports local municipalities' flexibility, local electeds' common sense decision-making, or allow for the extensive, vitally important public engagement that is a cornerstone of our democracy. So Buck's moment over.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Edson. And I know we were approached, I think, as an agency, and I did send that over just for everyone to know that I received an email about that as well. And that's why I know Ms. Dover and Mr. Donaghy, you are very well aware, even prior to that, that this is something that we're keeping an eye on. And I believe, I don't know if you've met with any folks yet, but I know that there was an indication to just get more information. So it sounds like we're in that process of receiving more information.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a set of questions that they were researching and conferring with the author to answer, including what the ministerial approval would look like and whether a lot of our transit services would consider to be in which tier. It sounds like the city of Solana Beach has determined that the Solana Beach station would be a Tier 3, but yeah, we're in the information gathering phase right now.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up and bringing it to our attention in case folks were unaware. Board Member Contreras, would you like to go next? I know the two of you were going back and forth, so would you like to go second?
I actually don't have too much to share, surprisingly, but Yeah, when we look at mode share, one of the things that I'm just curious, and I've made this comment before, I think it's really critical for the board to understand a little bit more data points on ridership in their own jurisdiction. Because I don't know what that looks like necessarily outside of the numbers that we receive, but they're not really tied to, a map. So, yeah, and seeing that, just what we heard from Board Member Garcia about the higher riderships in Escondido, they have a significant population that does not have access to a vehicle. I think it's somewhere around 30%, right? So I think we need to be looking at these different data points for our different cities and other jurisdictions like the villages, right? Like Fallbrook, Ramona. The more data that we have, the better. And it also, I think, alleviates, unfortunately, there is like a political part of the equation where some folks are really convinced that there's not a lot of public transit ridership. And we see that in the numbers every month. We have a significant population that is our customers that are riding. And there's a whole other population that wants to ride, but it's just for whatever reason, it's not convenient. We have that information too in the studies that we've done. So I think it would be really good for the board to have an exercise where we're looking at these different aspects. Because we want to ensure that all modes of transportation have equity components, right? We need to use the roads just like cars do, right? So we want those roads to be operational. But there's also other services that don't use the road because we own the railroad, right? So just being able to understand, I think, the population that we could be reaching that has very little access to their own personal transportation, I think is just a critical component of discussions for many different topics within this agency. Other than that, with the branding, I think it'd be great for folks to really understand. I think there's like when I talk to different folks, they don't necessarily always put the fact that the Sprinter, the Breeze Bus, and the Coaster are all part of our agency.
Yeah, I think they're
right?
different.
Yeah, so I love that we're trying to, close the gap on the perception of what NCTD is, because we have a lot of amazing services that we provide that we're not necessarily getting credit for being the agency that's like providing those, right? And then when it comes to capital improvements, I think anything that really helps create a safer environment and crime, crime prevention through environmental design, right? All those different elements, I think those are really critical capital projects that I would just want to have more of a pulse on. I don't know if that needs to come to us like necessarily at a board meeting, or if it could just be part of, like a report out. Because I get questions all the time about, the Vista Transit Station, and I would want to be able to have more information to point to be able to say, hey, these are the different improvements, right? Or this is where, I love being able to point the public to different meetings that they can go to, or different ways to insert their public comment. But I think, those are just some of the few comments that I had. I thought I was going to have less, but I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Garcia?
I have a whole page of stuff to share. So I've been writing it down, and I'm going to say it in English and in Spanish so I can take double the time. Just a couple of things. Number one, we're talking kind of long-term and stuff like that, and I think we already had that discussion really on our last one. There was a lot of information there. So I don't have much to share, just a kind of a few thank yous and one very, very simple idea. The crime reduction, for me in Escondido, as I drive by at nighttime and stuff, and I've been a leading voice for Escondido as to how it's much better, and thank you very much. What all that you're doing is making an impact, and thank you for that, because the people, now I begin to get from the community, things are so much better and feel safer at different times of the day and night. So thank you, and continue working with that. I think that is critical in our entire district. The other thing is that I've been thinking when I use public transportation, when I travel, is most of the time when I use public transportation. And what I've discovered, just analyzing my own behavior, is when it seems to be fairly easy to use, simple, or I understand it, I'll take that rather than using an Uber, because it's easier for me to put in my phone and ask for an Uber to pick me up and take me where I need to go. But if I know I can take the yellow, the green, the blue, the whatever from here to there, and I only have to walk a couple of blocks, I'm good. And I still don't quite understand the system myself here, right? And it's not staff's fault. I haven't really taken a good look into it. But as I travel, I have found that there's points where I can get easy access, easy information. And sometimes I'd rather take a train for an hour and a half than an Uber for 20 minutes to the airport, right? And it only costs the city $7 if they reimburse me versus $40 that I take the Uber, right? So my idea is that making information available easy, I think it can make a difference for ridership. So anyway, thank you. You guys are doing a great job, and we have some tough stuff to do.
When you said a page, I thought it was going to be like, 10 or 15 minutes, so, okay. Board Member Joyce.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of things to add. I mean, +1s on both those. Those are great. So I don't want to re-say it, but I'll just vote for it. I think tying into some of that conversation is what I had down as well around stakeholders, around how are we making sure that NCTD is a driver of economic mobility in North County, especially in our areas that are the most strapped for it. I am seeing, and as a Oceanside representative, tremendous economic displacement from our community right now. Yeah. And we have kids in my son's elementary school who are taking transit from Escondido to the elementary school so they can stay in their school, but they had to move their family out of town because of economic displacement. And every bit of mobility that we can create between those spaces makes those families still feel whole and have access to the things that they have grown up knowing. That connection between our cities can be, it can be life-changing. And the ability that we have to create that connection and economic mobility is really critical. So just recognizing that in this moment, that's a very active process that's happening. And I think our role in making sure that we're not leaving folks out of the dire situation is really important. I'd also speak a little bit to capital improvements around, we do have housing projects, but I think looking at those as if we're doing something at a station, it should be a place where people want to be. It just flat out, it should be a place where people want to be because right now at the lead times, they're going to be there. So let's, part of their travel experience is literally sitting in that space. And so to the fact that those spaces become happy places, I'd much rather, wait for 20 to 30 minutes in a place that is entertaining and interesting and has connections to people and you're bumping into other humans than like the desolate desert that kind of is OTC right now, sorry. What? And so.
Katie told me the same thing.
So anyway, I just appreciate that. I just want us to remember that, there's a lot of folks that are waiting for us to do these things better so they can become our regular people. And like Joe taking the Sprinter, Board Member Garcia taking the Sprinter, to these important meetings, we want everybody to be doing that, and he's just waiting for us to all be doing it right. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sanella?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I agree with just about everything that was said as well. And I do want to, I'm not going to repeat everything. I do want to mention on SB 79, I did comment on that reporter's request and had very similar feelings and comments to him that you mentioned, Board Member Edson. And I'm really concerned about the potential loss of local control. And I think we all going to have, for those of us that agree with Edson and I, we're all going to have to fight really hard to keep that because we're losing it seems like more and more of it every single year. So the data is going to become so much more important as we go through all of the stuff that we talked about when we start making decisions as to, redesigning the buses like we talked about at the very beginning of the meeting, the bus routes, looking to see who really, it's almost a need to have versus a like to have. There are people that we service that this is a need to have. And then there's people that just want to go to the Padre game and maybe they're going to have a couple beers. So they're going to take it because it's more of a fun activity for them, or some of the more of the recreational activities that Board Member Edson mentioned. There's a difference there, right, between the importance. And so the data is really going to help us, Sean, as we go through that. And then lastly, we mentioned earlier, I want to just reiterate this. I'm super excited about the future convention center station. So thank you for everybody that's been involved in that project. And I'm a huge believer, I said this before, I'll say it again, in the micro transit programs that we've been rolling out in San Marcos and Vista. I'm going to fight to help keep that. And I know that's going to also fit into the greater conversation of everything else that we talked about. And then lastly, we came up real quickly, kind of brainstormed some ideas about, the dynamic pricing and the fare changes and doing maybe some naming rights. I think we're all smart enough to know that on the grand scale, that's not going to really move the needle that much. And so my first impression I've had lunch with some of the senior staff members, and obviously we had the introductions today. My first impression with this team that's in this room, you guys are top notch, world class, and we're going to really need your guys to step up and come to us with some recommendations because we're all kind of members of the community. We use transit, we represent our individual cities, but we're not experts, and everybody in this room is. And so we're really going to have to depend on you guys, and I have full faith and confidence that you're going to come up with some good ideas for us too. So, and between the board and our team here, I think we'll be able to overcome this.
I would, if I could, just make a comment on the data piece. I know we mentioned it before, but recently we stood up a business intelligence group. Alex is leading that charge right now. And one of the things that I think we need the business intelligence piece for is not just internally how we manage information that comes through. My long-term, not really long-term, shorter term, but what we're building toward is that all of that information and data set is available in real time on the front page of our website. So anybody that wants to jump on there and see how we're doing can see it in real time. And part of that for me, especially on how we sort of manage routes, like ridership to me is important. It is not the entire story. There are other things that when you take a route and you heat map it, and then you load the schools in there, and then you load the pieces in there, it'll tell you a story of why a route may be successful that doesn't necessarily show that on the surface of a ridership number. And I think you have to have that data in your back pocket to be able to tell the story correctly. And so I'm excited for pulling that information that Katie's team has had and putting that into the BI piece and sort of building those heat maps and building sort of how we do it. Our planning team has really done a phenomenal job of working with data on paper and trying to tell that story through their own voice. And now we want to be able to do that through a business intelligence program so that everybody has access to it. So that's coming down the road. Our team's working on that, and we're looking forward to getting that out to really everybody, the board, the community, and our folks internally.
Thank you. Before I share my comments, I did promise Mr. O'Hara that I'd share at least one thing that he had mentioned before he had to leave, and that was around just working with schools and school districts.
Yeah.
I know he mentioned that that was something that was important to him and something that came up through his community and how we can tag team with them. And this is something I share this priority too, because I know I've mentioned it in the past, but just how do we increase collaboration with them? I know we already work with them on, routes and everything, but I think
There's more we can do.
yeah, it's just something that he mentioned and he wanted to elevate. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that on his behalf. And then mine might be a little long-winded. I'll try to keep it short. Maybe. Oh, no, maybe not.
Oh, no.
Definitely not. So, who knows? Let's watch. Okay, so, yeah, set the timer. So I think, as we're talking about and we're wrapping up our discussion here, I just want to make sure that, it sounds like we all provided some of our input with regards to where we're at and some of the future initiatives that we'd like to move forward for this agency. If you think of any more as I'm talking, please do raise your hand because this is very important. It allows for our staff to know where we want to, as a board, focus our efforts. Obviously, they're going to continue to do their jobs and continue to deliver the services they need to for our region. But at the same time, if we're hearing something that we'd like to fine tune, like Mr. Donaghy mentioned, or if there's something we want to reemphasize or continue to move forward, please do, share more if you have anything as I'm talking through them. But one of the things, the different things that you mentioned here, and again, I wanted to reemphasize because we did talk about them in the previous ones, but just kind of tying it up, is the legislative changes. I do want to make sure that it's something that, when you need us, I know we mention it, and I'm going to challenge you all to reach out to us because I know we get utilized with like letters of support, but I think there's more to it in terms of us doing advocacy. That's, maybe sitting with you all in conversations with some of these members that we need to advocate for, maybe making trips up to Sacramento, DC if we have to, whatever that might look like, or even conversations with some of these regional partners, presentations in front of some of these regional partners. I just want to say that, increasing our presence is not only going to be something that staff has to do, but it's also something that our policymakers need to do. And obviously we're doing that in terms of regional boards and everything, but there are ways that we as policymakers can ensure that we're also strengthening those relationships that you all are working so hard to build on. And I just want to say that's our job, as elected leaders, is to do that. So please use us in that capacity. I know I say that a lot, but I will do what we need to. And I know the others here will do the same because I think it'll help all of our communities to have that. So whether it's that or the operations funding that we were talking about too, just let us know where we can help with that. In terms of increasing our presence, a few things that I wrote down, and I know you all mentioned some of those with regards to the North County stakeholders. I think it's so important for us to be in some of these spaces that I think some of the folks may not necessarily think of us to be in, especially given that not only will they see the value, but potentially when we are advocating for that funding, maybe we rely on them to also elevate our message. If we talk about, for instance, San Diego North EDC, I mean, that's such a big driver of a lot of different things throughout the 78 corridor and otherwise. And I think just being able to tap into them, talking to all the chambers, talking to all the other relationships that they have with all the different employment centers, et cetera, I think will be a great way for us to, again, increase our presence in a way that is needed in terms of ensuring that we can continue to have not only the funding that we need, but also hopefully maybe there are some advocates for increasing our frequency because it allows for their folks to get to where they need to be. The other piece, I know you all mentioned Biocom, and I know we've worked with them because obviously they were a huge part of the Sorrento Valley stop being re-added back and funded and everything else. I just wanted to mention they are obviously a huge presence, right? Like, I mean, and you all know that, but I just want to reemphasize what a big presence they are in all of San Diego County. And again, another great stakeholder. I don't know, how we would engage with them, unless it's legislation wise where we could use their help to potentially advocate. But I think that's just another way where we can say, hey, this is what we're advocating for. We need you on this. Can you all back us up? Because I think they're a huge voice. And I know many of our state legislators would listen to them. Cal Cities was another thing that I just wanted to reemphasize. Some of us sit on that board. I am part of now immediate past president, but I know I had mentioned in the past, I'd love to, ask you all. I'd have to ask our president now, and I'm sure she'd be amenable to it. But I do think it would be helpful to have, our transit agencies present and just share what we're facing, and also just share why advocacy from each of the different cities is important. We all have our own, for instance, City of Carlsbad, and I shouldn't speak for everyone, but City of Carlsbad, for instance, has a legislative subcommittee, and we do a lot of work not only through them, but also through the city council in terms of making sure we're taking positions on different bills. And so similarly, Cal Cities does the same thing, for the entire state. So I just think it would be a great way to ensure that, again, NCTD is top of mind for the entire region. And again, if we can use some of our other partners throughout the county, it would be beneficial to utilize them there. Just a couple other things. Any of the Main Street associations, including like Carlsbad Village Association is one. They actually have a, gosh, what do they call it? I can't remember what it's called right now, but they always have a gathering every couple weeks where they actually have folks come in and present. I think it's another great place to talk to not only the businesses, but the community about NCTD and just the work that's being done. I think a lot of folks, that utilize the service obviously are aware of what's going on, but then at the same time, this is another way to increase our presence and be a part of the community. And then of course, like farmers markets are another way. That's different. Obviously, it would be like outreach in terms of, hey, these are the services we provide. And I know you all have been out there when we've had to get surveys or anything else, but I just wanted to put out some more of the stakeholders, because it's really meeting people where they're at, which I know you all know, but it's something that I've been re-emphasizing within our city as well, because we keep saying we're not seeing folks, respond or show up or whatever, but I think it's a lot of they don't have the time or they don't have the ability to be able to be in some of these spaces that we intend for them to be in. So how do we make sure we're meeting them where they're at so that we can actually hear exactly what they need and how we can make sure that we're actually fulfilling the needs of our community? So I just wanted to mention that, man, I might be going past Jules' limit here. And then I think I did want to say that I really did like the point that Board Member Contreras mentioned with regards to receiving more drilled down data if possible with regards to ridership for each of our jurisdictions. It's just helpful because I know we get a lot of questions around it. I think it's also just beneficial for, I'm sure, our staff to know and how to make sure that we're navigating it. And then the other two that I wanted to reemphasize is making the information more accessible that I know Board Member Garcia had mentioned, and the place of belonging that Board Member Joyce had mentioned. I think that's something that, if folks, and I know we're doing that through, I think, the murals and other things that we're trying to include in our different spaces, but it's how do we make it more of a community space that folks really enjoy and want to be at and be a part of. And so I did thank you for bringing that up. Just that place of belonging aspect I think is so important. And then I'll close out with, yeah, we definitely have, this economic outlook that we have for the agency. And like Vice Chair Sanella mentioned, the data will be extremely critical, and just being able to hear from you all in terms of what you all think is going to be important for us to look at is definitely something that I'll definitely be looking forward to. At the same time, how do we think creatively and outside of the box? And I agree, some of the thoughts that we've had around, the wraps, et cetera, those are all great points. They might not necessarily fill the entire gap that we're going to end up seeing. So being able to hear about ways that we can potentially, and I know you mentioned a few, the and I won't say them because we haven't considered them, but I know you mentioned a few different ways that we can. So that's it. I wanted to say thank you. Is there anything else as we're looking forward? Since, again, this is our moment to give them feedback as they start to march forward. So is there anything else that any of you are thinking of that's top of mind? And yes, Board Member Edson's like, yes, I have something.
I do. Because I spoke and then I listened to everyone else and I think about all of these things and, the marketing campaign that's been around the Padres games has been awesome, right? Whether it's on LinkedIn or Facebook, in social media. And those are things that are easy for us as board members, or at least for me. I'm more than happy with whatever NCTD puts out to like it, to sometimes share it, do all of that stuff. But there are a lot of community events, and it kind of goes back to what our chair spoke about with chambers and Main Street associations. There are a ton of events that people could take transit to, whether it's Strawberry Festival, whether it's Fiesta del Sol in Solana Beach, which is a free music festival that's been around for more than 50 years. It's the largest free music festival in San Diego region. It used to be Southern California, but I don't know that for sure anymore, so I won't say that. But these are things that it's so inexpensive to advertise on Facebook, right? And put it out there. And if people ride, they'll go, oh, look how cool this was. I got to go down there and drink beer all day and come back and didn't have to worry about parking or my car or whatever it was, so.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we have something upcoming in Carlsbad too. We have our street fair in a couple weeks. So maybe that's one to start with. I don't know if there's anything else prior to that. I think the other piece, just to add to that, in terms of the advocacy that I was talking about, if there's ever, if there are, as you're tracking any of the bills that are coming out, or just anything else that you feel like, hey, we really need to take a position on this or whatever else, please tap us. I know that, for instance, like with Cal Cities, we'll receive like legislative alerts and say, hey, we need you all to do something about this. And in whatever capacity each city can, whether it's actually talking to their legislators or sending out a letter, we do that. I know, that might not be possible for everything, but if there's something that's extremely critical that you feel like we need to be advocating for or against, please utilize us, because I'm guessing it's going to be a very dynamic time in many different spaces. So just knowing that will be beneficial, because I know our cities are keeping track, but at the same time, this is a little bit different. So we'd love to hear, from you all as well. Anything else? Board Member Contreras?
I know we're like super past, so I'm just going to go through a few things. I do want to state that I think that we need to communicate better to the public when there are emergencies, because I have been stuck just even this last week. Not everybody has the number to our CEO, right? And I try to not use it all the time.
Please don't put that on Twitter.
Yeah. But, when I was stuck in the Vista Transit, and it's like, it's telling me that the next train is coming in 0 minutes, and then it just turns back to like, okay, 30 minutes. And then the public is like, what's going on, right? And I just think that we need to be able to figure out how to communicate in real-time scenario and like estimates to the public, because like, had that been the case and I knew that it was going to be another 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I could have went and got something. And this is like also goes back to making sure our stations they can be destinations. Like, I know that there's different pieces that make it hard. Where's my taco truck? Like, where is the tot lot for kids? Like, yeah, more restroom facilities, right? Those types of things. And then I also, want to hear a little bit more about how we, in an emergency, move folks that need to be moved, right? Because especially if we have a train that's filled with folks going to the Padres, like, how many buses is it going to take to make sure that we can move folks, and who has the priority of getting on that bus, right? Is it going to be, our coaster riders, or is it going to be someone else? Like, I don't know a lot of the information that goes into building that emergency response, but I really want to be more involved and know a little bit more about that. And so we could provide as a board better direction or figure out the funding aspect to it. I really think that we need to step up on protecting our right-of-way. There's just a huge number of incidents that have happened. And I know it's not pretty, and I know every city, there's going to be some challenges, but protecting our right-of-way is going to be of the utmost importance for this agency. I love the business intelligence and heat maps. I think that it would behoove us in our jurisdictions when we look at this heat map to see the high-frequency stops or stations and how other methods like leading pedestrian intervals, right? And like making sure that people can safely access the bus quickly. I think those are going to be moved by us in our councils, but we need to start looking at things like that. I totally say yes. I'm a huge advocate for us to work stronger and closer together with our schools and schools districts. And I will say that folks are drinking like crazy on the coaster. I'm not like here to be in my narc mode, right? But I was like on the coaster just the other day and people are like, oh, that's a nice cup of coffee. And they're like doing all the mixes in front of me and stuff, right? And I'm just wondering, can we, like, is there the possibility for us to make money off of alcohol sales? Like, can we partner with AleSmith? Can we like have, the Tony Gwynn 395 out there? Like, I don't know, but maybe that's a whole other aspect of revenue. So I'm just throwing all that out there just because I see it. And I know that we didn't get any money for that alcohol being consumed. So, so anyways, that's it.
I will say, on the emergency response piece, our emergency response plan is sort of blasé by design because every incident is different. I will say that the one thing, we've moved customer service under Mary's team, and that was by design because we wanted marketing and our customer service teams to kind of be in lockstep as we're having conversations with operations. The best example to the question you asked earlier is when we had the earthquake the other day, we immediately dispatched 4 buses to Solana Beach, and we sent them to Sorrento Valley to pick up Amtrak passengers and bring them back to Solana Beach to put them on we changed the 537 to a 777 northbound. We very much prioritize where the trains are, where's Coaster at, who has priority over those. So if we had 4 at that station, 2 down at Santa Fe, and we had 1 north of there that was essentially running all the stations to let people know that the rail was down. We try to get that out on social media as quickly as possible. Here's one place where we struggle. Our IT department has done an absolutely phenomenal job of putting predictive time slots for rail, specifically on Sprinter, out into the system. When the system is interrupted, the sign still reads the predictive arrivals and departures. And those are sort of manually put into the system. We are still living in the 19th century on real time, and our folks are really working hard to not only have our bus GTFS data uploaded, but rail as well. We're getting closer. What essentially has to happen when we sort of have these emergency situations is we have to just kill the readers completely and then announce over the PA what's happening in real time. I really want to get to this point where we have an alert system, and they're working through that right now. So there's you're absolutely correct. We got tons of opportunity to improve some of that. It's being worked on in the back office, and hopefully we'll get that up and running pretty soon. But I totally understand that perspective.
To the
Okay,
chair, I
Board
shared.
Member Edson and then Board Member Joyce.
Sorry. So I had the both fortune and misfortune of getting caught in a little bit of a kerfuffle when there was a minor bluff collapse in Del Mar coming back from Sandak. And so I got to see firsthand, real time, what goes on when you have a problem. This was like not fun because it happened at rush hour. Getting buses to that location, which is the far south end of our real jurisdiction, especially with buses, was really difficult at that time of day. But also there were no broadcast abilities on that station platform. So people didn't have a clue. And it fortunately cleared up pretty fast. And by the time the buses did take people to Solana Beach, there had already been a train there waiting for them for a long time. I actually called my husband. I saw people take an Uber, and I thought, I'm just going to take one less person off those buses. And then I grabbed 2 more people and asked them if they wanted to ride to Solana Beach, because I knew the train was there to take them the rest of the way. And again, that there wasn't a lot of space on these buses that were coming down. So I thought, anybody I can get in my car and get out of here will be a help. And then it was difficult for staff to get down there and actually direct the people, because, the southbound platform was going to run northbound because the train came down to meet people. And so it was pretty fun. But I got to go play like I was an NCTD employee. I volunteered. I'm like, do you need help? Because there was actually just one customer service, hardworking person there at that time. By the time the buses got there, that had changed. But at least we were able to move people and inform them. And all they wanted to know was what was going on and where they needed to be, and if everything was going to be okay and somebody was going to get them home.
Yeah, I would tell you that's part of the reason that the insourcing of both bus and rail is critical to us, because historically they've been a standalone. So when we have an issue on rail, bus is involved in the sense that they send buses. The long-term goal as we bring bus in-house is that we'll have a supervisor at Santa Fe Depot all day and all night. We'll have we're having conversations about redeploying customer service agents back to stations we had previously closed, so that there are people there that can sort of help manage the expectation. We've actually had some conversations about trying to acquire property to keep some buses on the south end of the service grid, because when something does happen, we're very fortunate that MTS will pick up a bus bridge for us, sometimes as far north as Sorrento Valley, but typically between Santa Fe Depot and Old Town. But for us to dispatch buses out of the yard, either West Division or East Division, is a 45-minute to an hour run just to get to Solana Beach at rush hour or to get to those locations. So bringing that back in-house really allows our team the opportunity to have sort of these contingency options set up, so when something does happen, we're already deployed in the field. So I'm kind of looking forward to July 1st, just to have everything in our control to be able to do that.
That's very good news. Thank you. And I think today, as we close out, has been really productive. I think we've had a lot of good conversation, and I hope that staff is enjoying hearing from us. Sorry, we're keeping you here at 6 o'clock, right?
Their salary, it's okay. The cost savings we were talking about.
Okay, well, with that, I don't see any other hands up, so we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you so much to all of the staff that worked on this today and otherwise. I know that a lot of work goes behind this, and just want to say thank you to all of you. And of course, thank you for being here past 5 p.m. And so with that, I believe there's a Chief Executive Officer's report, Sean, but please leave it short.
I do not have a report, just a reminder that we do own a railroad.
So if you took something from today, it is that
We own a
point,
railroad.
because it was mentioned a few times. And board members, anything to report out?
I was going to, but I'm not going to.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any remaining public comments?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, public registration to speak on remaining public communications will end. And with that, the next scheduled meeting is the regular board meeting, May 15th at 2 p.m., and then the executive committee meeting, May 22nd at 1 p.m., and we stand adjourned at 6 p.m.